following the...
Hello and welcome to September. It's finally arrived, it's finally come round to that time. And we have all of the things going on again. Let me just turn my light down because the power happened to cut in the middle of the night and it is way too bright now. There we go. It begins, as does my little efforts to go through village a good chunk here today. I would like to do the double Azeroth quest first to hopefully get myself a stout bone. Is what I need. And then, if the game feels ever so kind as to do as such for me, I would like to maybe see if I can potentially crack out, like, the rest of village? The rest of village seems like a lot, but at least, like, a star would feel pretty damn good. Hello, Falco. Welcome. Good to have you. How are you? Okie dokie. The longer stream today. 7 hours instead of the usual 6. And we will continue on that theme for the full month. We got a good solid days in this game. in this month, I should say, and we are going to use them to their full extent. It will be good. You're sleeping. You're going to continue no-lifing the new Modern Warfare 2. Have fun. I didn't even know they made a new one. The Bears, I need a singular stout bone. It's pretty decent chance from quest rewards, and it's also pretty decent chance from carves on the both of them. It will be good. I will be able to build my Plesioth hammer once I've built said Plesioth hammer. Hopefully it comes after this quest. We can use it to kill the Rathalos in our urgent quest, and then casually meander our way through the next tier of quests until we get to such a point that we are done with village, maybe. Or I need new weapons again. I'm gonna try and get as far as I can with my current Barrow armor here and the weapons that I'm gonna have built. It's a pretty solid damage upgrade across the board. An hour early, this is the norm for this month, Mace. This is your default. Welcome. Thank you for the 5k points, Falco. I appreciate it. The points and the extra time timers I have to manually manage myself. But I will do them maybe every few hours. Maybe at the halfway mark of the stream, the start of the stream, and the end of the stream. Sort of that vague point, right? It's probably about what I'm gonna do. So thank you for the 10k. Already got us a little bit towards that goal. 1% of the way there. That's good stuff. That's 10 minutes on the timer as well. For the increased stream length after September. Every 10,000 points. Also, something I completely forgot to mention in the announcement, but looked at my notes again today. The redeems for games, Monster Hunter, Dark Souls, and if we end up playing anything else, the redeems are going to be half price. Instead of the 1,500 points to make me use the weapon, it is the 750 points. Leveling up a stat in Dark Souls, very similar, just to add a little bit more temptation onto those being used instead of putting points towards the channel points. Thank you for the 50,000 race. 50 minutes on streams after September. And 5% towards the 1 million goal. In one foul swoop. Thank you. Hello, Zaza. What does that do? There is 2 channel point goals for this month. On 1 million channel points, all Saturday streams for the rest of this month will be 12 hours long. And then when we hit 3 million or 1 million channel points, I will announce what the 3 million channel points one is as well. Also, every 10,000 channel points redeemed puts 10 additional minutes onto streams after September. Why is humanity listed as a stat in the redeem? Because I did it at 9 o'clock this morning, right after I woke up, and I was very tired. If you want the true answer there. So I looked up stats that exist in Dark Souls 1. And then copy-pasted them. What's humanity translate to in the actual stat list? It isn't one. It's your loose humanity that you have in Dark Souls 1. In DS1, in the very top left corner of the screen next to your health bar, you have a 0-0 in there. That number can go up to 99, and it's called loose humanity. It does increase your luck, yeah. And also it increases scaling on chaos-based weapons. Got my start bone? Let me remove that. Thank you, Mace. Is there just the luck stat? In Dark Souls 3, yes. In the other ones, no. There is not. There we go. HP, thank you. And often undervalued. I appreciate it. That's me stout bones. Definitely got enough. Don't put too many of one stat in a row though, mate. As much as I appreciate it. We do want some build variety instead of me just being a health bar. Give me some health. It's the save file we already started. I don't know if you remember that one. We did already start a save file on DS1. I got to gargoyles and killed gargoyles. I think that was literally all I've done. And then off stream I grinded like a shitload of sunlight medals. We played it for a little bit longer than that, but yeah. I played it a little bit after Dark Souls 2 ended. As well. It's very much not very far in. If I recall, I have an incredibly high amount of points in intelligence. After that, I'll have a nice amount of health. I will indeed. I will indeed. Rathalos probably going to be up top in his nest. Let's go kill him. This gets me to the penultimate Sarin village, huh? Not too shabby. We can depending on how nice village is feeling. It's not impossible. The village gets cracked out today. Oh, yeah. No flying. Hey, hey, Baines, welcome. And thank you kindly for the 25,000 towards the super streams. An additional 20 minutes. On to the clock. For post-September. And a little bit closer to the 1 million goal. What days is Dark Souls again? Tuesdays and Thursdays. The T days. New overlay elements for you to bitch about. I tried my best to put them in as good of a spot for each individual game, because thankfully all of the games I'm playing are on different captures. Dark Souls is game capture. Both of the Monster Hunters are on the 3DS capture, and Stories is on the Switch capture. However, it's not perfect, it won't be perfect. They're as good as they got. I have very limited options with which I can customize them in the thing that they are in, unfortunately. 20 the points on an active streamer. Yeah. Wild that one of those exists. What do you mean, Mace? I don't understand you. Stories 2 will probably be played for the rest of September. I will be surprised if it's not. Hello, Hedgie, welcome. Good to have you. Wild would back up 3 or 4 you if I finish one of them. No, that will stay the same. If I do truly finish Stories, we will go to the first of the games that is redeemed. If any have been redeemed, the 50 subs one. We'll go to the first of those. If none of them have, I will consider that when the time comes, because I have no idea. New War Thunder update trailer dropped. How often do they update that game, man? It feels like they update it all the damn time. Am I getting voice warning system? Neat. I have no idea what that means, really. The words in of themselves, I can make out what it means, but I'm not an avionics person, so that doesn't mean anything to me in that sense, right? Splatoon update doesn't look good. That's a shame. Wonderful. Good bonking. That's not in the War Thunder, Hedgie? How the hell is that not in War Thunder? That game's been out for so long. stages look fun, but you don't like the new weapons and the new kits. Fair enough. There's the KO again. Wonderful. Come on, Rathalos. Me and you both know that you're just a small little road stop here, buddy. He's injured. Good. Wait. Nice. Oh, I love not having evasion and still dodging things. That feels so nice. Fair enough to the both of you. Hopefully it turns out well for your side, Hedgie, and sorry to hear it for your side, Base. They are 3 games in deep at this point, so I imagine it's hard to come up with new ideas still. Very good. Now, a 10-minute Rathalos is a shit ton better than a 30-minute Kuropeku or whatever it was. That is a hell of an upgrade. Hell of an upgrade in terms of time. Better armor and better weapons makes all the difference, huh? All the difference. Types you do have pretty good. It's what we were talking about the other day with Monster Hunter as well, right? Where the problem is you kind of reach a point where your game gets to a really good state in terms of all the weapons it's got and stuff. It reaches a really good equilibrium, which I think is where Monster Hunter's at right now. And if you put any new stuff in, it's gonna disturb that equilibrium, and then you're gonna have to feel like you put more stuff in to fix it. Potentially. And that ends up with bad stuff happening. Forced weapons. Stuff feels wrong. Something like that. Get this mask off and put your actual mask on, Amber. You wear the ancient mask. This is what you do. Give you speedy recovery as well. Hi. That's the dragon ship requested, which is pretty nice. Pitfall mask, Kababoo. All of these other than real deal, which I need frogs for, just appear to be quests which are mostly, or hand-ins which are mostly irrelevant now. What do we got? Lagiacrus, Diablos, Nibble, Barioth, Agnactor, Urugan, Duramboros, and then a canteen quest. Well, this one seems like the obvious one to take on. So we can quickly go kill an Urugan when we have a usage of the old hammer here. And then because I forgot about it, but I've just seen that it's there, we got Duck's Dual Blades to chuck into the list here as well. I got cool drinks, we've got a hammer and an Urugan. Perfect. Perfect. It's always nice to get new ones of, even if they aren't for you. Except when they give your favorite weapon a second kit you don't like, that's when you riot. I mean, surely then you just don't care, right? You just don't play it? Hey. Vision. Right, what do we got? Oh, hey, hi, you're in here, buddy. I thought I was going to have to run around for a little bit, but nope. Hey. We've got the KO. We've got the speed. Wait, do I have speed gathering? I got rid of it. Did I just not slot it in? No, I just don't have it. No speed gathering for me. No lava nuggets. Realised Splatfree is a year old in 8 days. Yeah, it's been out for quite a while. At this point. This Urugan has apparently decided he's going to be a dick. You haven't played it much? Now, you've been playing an incredibly large breadth of games instead, right? I feel like you've played a lot in the last year, all over the place. Like, that actually hit the head? Amazing. The Splat 2 burnout kind of carried over, yeah. That is the problem. When you make a sequel that's so similar. Because you do carry some of the bad with it. You also played like a bunch of Splat 2, right? After Splat 3 came out, if I remember. The thing is, Mace, right? It was there for the first game, but the issue, as if they had changed it too much, then people would have been complaining in the opposite way. So they can't win with that one. That's the really sucky thing for them. I mean, 10 hours is a good chunk of time, Mace. If you play it for 2 hours at a time, that's 5 days, right? Especially in a game where matches are, what, like 5 minutes long? Three to 5 minutes, yeah. So if we say 5 minutes... Hell, even if we say like 10 minutes, because of like all the lobby time and all the other stuff, right? Waiting time, queue time, changing the loadouts, all that stuff. Let's say 10 minutes between, like, for one match. 10 hours is 60 matches. Likely higher than that. That's kind of a lot. That's enough to get tired of a game, right? One that you're already not necessarily feeling great at because you've played too much of it. Imagine doing 60 hunts as an equivalent. Why isn't he doing any rolling, by the way? You're tired, roll. You bugger. Come on. Come on. He doesn't want to. Yeah, see, that's just way too many. That's probably playing the game too much. Should crash out. Yep. Nice. Give me money. Can I get 2 even without speed sharpening here? Or speed gathering? I got... No, I didn't. Okay. I got a lava nugget though. Which time, Mace? You've said it a lot. Never did after those 3 sessions. Nothing wrong with that. It's sort of like I did with Rise, right? sometimes the next game in a franchise comes out and it's just not necessarily like what exactly you want to play. And you just have to kind of like accept that and just do other stuff. You had your fill of Splat 2, Splat 3 came out, it was kind of Splat 2, but more. But you'd already had your fill. About to a year before 3 came out. Burnout can last an incredibly long time. Especially if you don't like recognize it at a good point and call it and just keep pushing through to try and play it for a little bit longer. Burnout lasts even longer at that point, right? Playing Splat competitively once. The nature of competitive multiplayer games, I think. Honestly. You play enough of any competitive multiplayer... Oh, pardon me, game. Eventually, at some point, you're gonna have a thought of like, Did I do this competitively? Like, actually? Just happens. StarCraft 2, Rocket League, League of Legends. I've been there. I know the feeling. It's a natural occurrence. Thankfully, if you think about it long and hard enough, a lot of the time, you stop yourself before you get overly serious and realize that it's probably not possible, right? That is you stopping yourself, Mace, because if you're truly, like, set on becoming, like, really, really good at something, lack of skill isn't a thing. Because you can practice, and practice, and practice, and practice, and practice. Until you get better. Right. If you get truly set on doing something, especially when it comes to stuff on a professional level, professional gaming, for example. Like, professional players of games don't, you know, hang around all la-di-da fancy all day and have fun with their life, turn up to the match, and then just play the game. But they practice for like 8 hours every day. It's a job. Was never able to get ranked where teams realistically accept you. I think it's the difference. What I'm like, it's the difference between active and passive, like giving up, base. If you're actively pursuing something, you will keep going for it no matter what, right? If your rank isn't low enough, what you do is you make your rank higher. If you're actively pursuing, I can't Splatoon, I don't know how it works, right? But to use any ladder system in existence, League of Legends, StarCraft, Rocket League, if you get to Platinum, stereotypical like bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamonds, usually something along the lines of like something above diamonds. That's like masters or champions or something along those ranks, right? And then maybe an even further one on that, which is like the top insert few hundred players in the world or in the region. If you get to Platinum's usually a good point where people hit a brick wall and they can't go any harder. If you can't go any further than that, and then you kind of go like, I can't get any further than this, you've sort of passively given up. You have non-thinkingly decided, like, I can't do this, so I'm going to stop. Because if you're dedicated and actively, like, wanting to go for it, what you would do is be like, right, I'm stuck in Platinum. What do I need to do to get better than this? Watching strategies, looking up meta stuff. Understanding maps on a deeper level, maybe, if it's a map-based game like Splatoon would be. Where are weak spots, where are strong spots. What maps have what weapon positional advantages. Something like League, right? What champions are good in the meta, something like StarCraft, what comps are good in the meta at the moment, what build orders should you be going for. There's always something you can do. Hey Ligia, how are you doing? Splat comps is a funny image. Yeah. It is. Goofy ink squid child game is what it is in my brain. But it makes sense, right? It's multiplayer. It is competitive by default. People will be very good at it. People make comps out of everything. If it's got multiplayer and it's competitive, it's already there. Depending on the game, the devs might even support it to an extent, right? CSGO, StarCraft, League of Legends, Rocket League, Rainbow Six Siege, all actively have developers that support the competitive nature of their games and actually like go forward and make tournaments and have tournaments and crap. Nintendo supports it somewhat. Yeah, that doesn't sound like maybe as much then. Money. It's always about money. I think like it probably wraps back around into money. But especially with competitive gaming, it brings kind of a type of like prestige with it. Right? To have stuff like that going on. You hate it? I have a soft spot for competitive gaming. But I feel like the way it's handled is a lot of the time probably very bad. Unfortunately. Right? And you've got exactly the same direction I was going. Because the people they employ are so young, if they don't make it, it probably destroys a lot of their aspects, like prospects in life. Unless they find other stuff within the same field that they can expand into that helps them, right? A lot of people who are pro players go on to become coaches. Go on to become announcers, analytics people in the background that you don't see, cameramen, stuff like that, right? Doesn't work for all of them. But that's definitely one thing that needs to be, like, not necessarily fixed, because it's not necessarily a problem, but especially with games that have a very large audience and a very large market. They should probably at least try and do something about. Post. Like, when your career ends. Right. You didn't mean competitively for cash? You just wanted to play at tournaments, even regionals? Yeah. That's the type of people that actually get, like, employed. And unfortunately, because those type of people, they have passion for the game, like the ones who get good enough to actually do it, right? The ones that have undying passion for the game until they get old enough that their passion dies. As horrible as that sounds. They don't necessarily have a lot of worldly knowledge. They probably don't get paid fantastically. And you know, modern day, like if you're with a big team, you move out of your house into their house. Probably a decent chunk of your stuff is taken care of for you, because you're expected to be practicing and playing for the majority of your day. You don't have time to do very simple tasks like cleaning, washing, laundry. Cooking. Because you gotta practice, you gotta be good, you gotta be the best. People who are just in it for money probably don't necessarily tend to go that far. I'm sure there's some notable exceptions, but... the thing with money and gaming type tournaments is an individual player probably doesn't usually end up making that much money, especially if it's a team-based game. I always like that with Dota 2. It's probably been a long time. The prize pool's probably a lot higher at this point, but I remember that with the Dota 2. The International, as they call it, right? And they were like, the highest prize pool ever, 1 million euros or whatever the fuck it was. And it's like, yeah, alright, it's kind of a lot of money. But if you think about it, you got a team which is going to take a cut. And they're probably sneaky and they probably don't take a cut and then reduce the money to everyone else. They probably split the money to everyone and then take a cut from everyone that ends up working out as them getting more money, right? It's wild. And then there's also like sponsorship money and stuff. You can get a lot from it. But League though, dude got 7k every month as a salary. Who? Because some people will get a lot more than other people. Your ex did? How good were they? And the other question, how much of a whore for sponsors were they? Because you make a lot more money if you're willing to be sponsored, right? Team was placed 9 out of 10. Woof. I want to know what the top team's got. I mean, if you're smart, this is the thing, though. This is wherein which the allure lies, right? If you're smart about it, and you do get good enough, and you have a little bit of that worldly knowledge about you, the amount of money you could make if you got to like a proper good professional level in a game like that. £7,000 a month. If you just save that shit, you don't even need to invest it, right? You could probably live for the rest of... If you played for 5 years, you're good. You're just good. $7k a month's £84,000 a year. You don't have to feed yourself, you don't have to take care of yourself, you don't have to buy any shit. The house handles all of that, right? It's insane. Freshly cooked by the chef, yep. So you essentially don't spend any of it. Your hobbies make you carbonara? Oh, nice. You've had that a good few times recently. You enjoying it again? Oh, it's because your hubby can actually have it again now because he's not trying to cut weight, right? He's just trying to maintain. Jeff was a super nice guy. Every one of my children vibes. Oh, that's nice. Good chef. Please stop being itchy nose. But I mean, then you look at people on Twitch, right? It's the same thing. The allure is there. Those top dogs like XQC and stuff. What's his take home? A few million a month, probably? You already got, like, you get to that stage, you work for a year, you're set for life. You're done. It's what entices people, it's what draws people in. Allure is like the appeal. The draw, the pull in doing something. Just thinking about the money is very alluring, right? No, I can't remember what it was like, but those top 100 people on Twitch, man, they were raking in buckets of money, right? When that document leaked, buckets. Ain't no life. I don't know how long he streams for, honestly. Does he ever stop streaming? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. Is this monthly? August 2019 until October 2021, so basically just over 2 years. 9 million USD. For Critical Role, which is a company. 8.4 million for XQC, who is an individual. Has people that do stuff for them, right? But that's just their Twitch income as well. That's not sponsors and stuff are all on top of that. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hey, Summers. What? I was just talking about the amount of money you could earn off of, like, random internet stuff. Competitive gaming, followed by even something as simple as, like, Twitch streaming, right? I don't know anything about the person, to be honest. I've heard their name, kind of because it's hard not to be honest. But I have absolutely no idea what they even do. I assume something that appeals to a lot of young people, because I feel like that's the only way your audience gets that large. Probably shooters. Something akin to Minecraft, Roblox, right? Can't wait for me to make 9 million. That's never gonna happen, Mace. I do not possess the self-sacrifice. Nor the drama in my body. A lot of people who are up there, you'll find a lot of the time that they have a lot of drama going on in their lives, right? Or they get involved in a lot of other people's drama. I actively try and stay out, so that shit ain't gonna work for me. Hypocrisy might have caught up to them. Good for them, I guess. Or bad for them? I don't know. Probably bad for them if you're saying hypocrisy. Hey, Chisel, welcome to the super streams. You too, Summers. Pleasure to have you both. I hope you enjoy the streams this month. As it begins. You think you played Overwatch competitive once? Right. Seems like a good thing to transition out of, yeah. High-level pro play, or even like relatively high-level pro play. Being a high-level speedrunner. Generally, stuff like that is a good transition into general content creation. You'll still lose a shitload of your audience. Because a lot of people are just there because of the fact that you're, like, really good. But some people will stick with you through anything, right? And the larger your audience, the larger the market of those individuals you're going to have in there. If that's people who just generally enjoy it, or people who have developed parasocial tendencies. You shouldn't stick with me for everything, Mace. If I turn into a sniveling, horrible, hateful human being, you should leave. You should go somewhere else. Find someone worthy of your time at that point. Or even if, like, it stops being interesting. Leave. Flee for the hills. It's finally the weekend. It is. It is finally the weekend. I don't know if that's a good thing for me or a bad thing for me, but we'll see. We'll see how the weekend goes. For me, it's a lot more work, right? Alright, you're gonna go? Oh, Chisel. As you should. As you should. No need to stab me in the heart, but yeah. Go! Go, Chisel! And you're back. Oh, that was a brief depart. I don't know if this is asleep or not. I'm going to assume it is. Cool. Monsters fall asleep very quickly in this game. That'll be a Diablos down. Pretty nice time as well. Under 20 minutes at the moment. I'll take that for a Diablos. Oh. Hey, good horn break. Thank you for that. Really quite unnecessary. 1, 2, wonderful. I'm not going to be able to get the tail as well. That's just a little bit too much. No, you should always do that, right? With everyone. Hey! Just shy of 20. For a Diablos, I'll take it. Considering it wastes a lot of time digging around. Pretty good. Inclusive of me, mate. I'm not allowed to be the exception to the rule. Okay, what do we got? 75,000, 85,000. Complete all. Complete all. 85k already. Let's update this. 85,000 are done. Which means we have this already. Hey, Eugene. Welcome. You think you know this game from somewhere? That's weird. I wonder where. Not many people know of 3U. It's quite, like, low down on the list. Kind of a niche little game you've stumbled onto. Good to see ya. Welcome to September. The month of madness. I hope you have a good time. The streams will be longer. There will be much more time to enjoy. Content to consume. You're in mid-G, your grind is going. Mix sets left and right, oh god. Horrifying. You want me to just randomly kill Brachydios? Sure. I'm pretty damn sure he's an urgent. And I do want to kill every new monster that's in this rank. As that way, I will have guaranteed every visible weapon available to me will be apparent. And if there isn't anything, then I'm fucked. Simple as that. Isn't dual Brachian urgent? That is in G rank. Not in high rank. And not in village. Thankfully. Thankfully, that is not a village problem. Where is this sucker? He's in the volcano. Cool. So I get the wrong drinks. I just wanted both kinds because I'm special like that. Somehow you thought I was a G. No. Not yet, Mace. Although, honestly, depending on how good Village goes today, we got a damn solid chunk of time to smash through Village here, right? 3 hours is a very strange measurement that I've decided to begin this with. 7 hours is a lot of fucking time to just hammer down on one goal and focus it. To just hard go through with that goal. That's a good chunk of time right there. All I need to do it's gonna take a lot longer in Village at least. I need to fight every unique individual monster in order to have any knowledge on gear in case it becomes relevant at a later time. Towards the end of high rank we might start struggling, right, damage wise. Especially since I need to solo Goldbeard. I am going to run into some mayhaps troubles, mayhaps just mild inconveniences. And we gonna want to know everything we can. But when the Village is done, I don't believe high rank hub has like anything in particular that's unique compared to high rank Village. So we might just be able to speed through and just do our keys there. Get through that as quickly as possible. So by the end of the weekend, it seems possible to me that we will be encroaching upon G rank. This file only has 40 hours of playtime. On it, up until this current point in time, 40 hours is what I've got. 17 more now seems a lot more significant, right? Pardon me. Nope, second one disappeared. Seems a lot more significant. Hello, Berserk, welcome. Nanzef as well. Pleasure to have you both here. Welcome to this month of illustriously long streams. I hope you both enjoy and have a good time. Didn't know he can spam it like 5 times without pause. Oh, he's a dick. So weapon in early G. I think my G weapon options are going to be better than my high rank weapon options. Because, honestly, my high rank weapon options are just kind of dog shit. To be, like, brutal, right? They are terrible. So the G weapon options might be a little bit better. I'm praying they are. Great to see someone streaming some old gen Monster Hunter. Glad you enjoy. I have a lot of old gen Monster Hunter to do, so don't you worry. Though I will almost always be playing at least some of it. Between 3U and 4U. I don't know how many challenge runs I've got to do, but it's probably close to 15. Got a good chunk. Good. Brachiosaurus weapons are banned as well. Which is unfortunate for me because of how powerful they are. But it will also make me feel like my victory is more pure if I do not build them. The only thing you're reserving for doing with us is the Gen Moran Hub quest. Oh, why so? It's a canteen quest, right? To upgrade alcohol, I believe. Why is that in my mind? Why do I know that? Your RNG heard that? It's like, give him 2 gems and 2 medals, yeah. Hey, these weapons that he can't use and build in multiplayer, let's give him all the materials for him. Ah! Thanks, game. Brachy gems are so damn rare as well, right? Not the mantle. The mantle, I think, is like normal drop rates. The gem sucks for some reason. Especially in high rank. It's so much rarer than other high rank stuff. And then some of the weapons are really cruel. The bow, I believe, if you want to straight forge the Brachiosaurus bow, it costs 2 Brachy gems. That's generally better with more people. You want us to not do them 1,000,000 times. That's fair. That is fair. Oh, I ranked up, didn't I? In Hub? I'm HR4, I think. There's only HR4, then HR5, then HR6. The high rank. We're already a third of the way through high rank village hub. Pretty cool. Man, the dual blades. Oh, the dual blades in 3rd gen. They be sexy. Honestly. do such good work. You gave up on fencing for latter G. The most needed sharpness is obtained until up there anyway. Yeah. Yeah. It's blue that you need for the most part, right? For G rank, I think. Sharpness +1 is... I hate to say it, but sharpness +1 is just almost bordering on omnipotence in 3rd and 4th gen. Or at least in 3U and in 4U a little bit, but in 3U, definitely. It is such a good skill. Such a good skill. Hello, Simply Dual Blades. They brr and they brr hard. And I love them for it. And I'll never stop loving them for it. Oh, they're wonderful. Show it to you later, FMP. Who knows, if we complete somehow all of the village today, Eugene? We might do some multiplayer. But the goal for today at the moment is hard multiplayer. Hard single player, sorry, hard village. We're going to crack out every single possible village quest I can until I run into a brick wall. And smashing my face against the brick wall multiple times doesn't work. That's the plan. I'm hoping I might get to late high rank. I will have maybe a few extra weapon options splayed before me at that point to pick and choose from at my fantasy. Oh, I wouldn't worry about it, Simply. Probably the most repeated piece of advice I've heard about GU, Simply. The game is only fun in G rank. Skip the game other than G rank. Quests to G rank, then actually play once you get there. It's such a sad piece of advice that I hear all the time, but there's a reason why people say it, and it's because the game's too long. You appreciate Dual Blades a lot currently, mostly because you started Dual Blades in World. Playing Dual Blades a tool in previous gens as a first. They're so fun. There's a reason that they're kind of like consistently like 3rd most popular weapon. They're very simple. They're very like they're actually pretty strong. And they're just enjoyable. They also have that like low effort to learn but high effort to master thing going on, which is awesome. You like your bug sticks? I respect that. I do enjoy Hammer a decent chunk myself. Mostly for me, Hammer's just a little bit too heavy on the predictive side of gameplay. Is why I stray away myself. But I like Greatsword. I like Greatsword's impacts nicer than Hammer. But Greatsword has the same problem. The thing that helps Greatsword is that it feels better. Getting a KO feels really nice. Getting a fully charged hit on the monster's head and you get enough hit frames that you feel like your game lagged for a moment. It's got a little bit of a different feeling to it to me. Hey, Ramhard! With the Prime, thank you very much. Have some hearts. I appreciate it a great deal. I will add an extra 5 minutes to that little timer down there. For the sub, thank you. I hope you enjoy September. Never mind, I'll add a little bit more time to that timer with the 25k points. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Evade distance tenderizes stamina recovery and one without evade distance and sharpen instead. A fourth is not possible. You made all the sense in hours for a crowd, okay? Enjoy the lurk, Ramhard. Thank you for the kind words. And for the contributions to this month. The time spent feels more rewarding, yeah. And Greatsword I kind of almost exclusively like in tandem with Focus. If I don't have Focus, Greatsword doesn't feel anywhere near as good. And also I kind of only like Greatsword to the extent I do in 4U. In World, it's nowhere near as good. Sea legs, tenderizer, and sharpness. The waist doesn't even matter. You have a sea legs 3, sharpness 5, charm. Nice. Nice. See if you can use the waist to get you a quick and cheeky skill. Maybe. What is sea legs? Too lazy to learn all the mechanics? I don't blame you for that at all. Especially if the game you've played as GU. GU has too many mechanics. Honestly say it's one of the game's biggest problems. Give me anything but Aerial in GU and you'll be dying. Aerial's very strong. And very much fits into your CC playstyle, right? Gives you mounts as well as KO and exhaustion. Current resist high. Olympic swimmer and infinite oxygen in one skill. Ah, right, okay. Fair enough. It's a good one. It's a very good one. Just saw Crone in the Discord server. Worrying. Dive distance is missing, which you were initially going for. Dive distance is a skill? Man, free use wild. Free use wonky. I love it. Okay, that's the double dual blades done there. We have no more requests in the weapon request queue. 25k. Let's just fiddle with these here. Would be another 15 minutes on the timer. And then also the 5 minutes from the sub. And then tick that off. 25k. Puts this to 110,000. Already. 11% of the way there. Very nice. I thought evade distance went for underwater. Oh. Good to know. Good to know. That's that all done. Just make that blow some air on me instead of into the room. Brachirios. Whatever that guy said. Now I have fire. This would be a very good quest to abuse with fire, the Endless Hunt. So let's maybe do that one first. Don't need to worry about any extra stuff, other than maybe grabbing myself a little bit of anti-poison for Ruggy. Just in case he clips me. Not literally one. A little bit too much faith in my abilities there. There's all the mystery slime you need. Going to the person who's never going to use it. The game is cruel in its logic, but it understands what it's doing. Should gather from all of this, it's not often that you get chucked in the rare area here. And then Gobel, Ruggy, Lagiacrus was the order. Hello, Corone. Welcome to September. And welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy this month. It is good to see you. You're on the bus again? Oh no. Not, what, again? One hour till home, and then hopefully Baldur's Gate. Yeah! Hopefully. I hope you can enjoy that. That'll be really cool if you can actually end up playing that with your friends. Get the early access for it for no extra cost as well. How long do you have to wait until you would be able to get access to it regardless? Without the early access period? Voice. Nice one, Eugene. You have a slight problem? What's the slight problem, Crow? You have a big problem. What's the issue? Don't you dare say. What I think you're gonna say. Hey, for you fucker. You want to go ape shit, but you have to wait. You have to wait for the end of the month when it's cheaper. At least until the 28th. Is that when it... I thought it was the 26th. Or is there something to do with the 28th in particular? You better not say that's the day you get paid on. Punt you into oblivion. You do your money stuff in the way that when you, for example, plus 2,000 euros in savings, you don't dip below it, right? You don't want to go below that. 50 over one quote-unquote hurdle. Horrifying. No gifties till you get paid. For Christ's sake. For Christ's sake. Oh no. I do believe this is going to count as an epic hunting quest, by the way, so I should start healing with beggars. September money is 50% gifties, bro. Oh god. Oh god, no. Oh no. Please still be able to eat. And at least until you, if you have to wait until the 28th, it'll be cheaper at that point. Gift subs in like the last week of the month or whatever it is, 30% off as well. I think it's 30%, right? The money you'll save, yeah. I am as well, simply, which is why I have come up with the idea of Super Stream September. Because I never asked for money any other time of the year other than March. Twice a year of whoring myself out and asking for subs is enough for me. Which is why we have the subs rewards. The channel point stuff. Any subs mean we work towards the goals for this month and more time in the future as well. For the sake of stream time. Channel points also do the same. We got a little exclamation mark subs. Exclamation mark September. Or just the Discord server if you want more on that one. To know any of the stuff that's going on. September, right? Not September. The actual month. It's on screen, yeah. The current progress is on Steam. But not what the actual, like, full-on rewards for them are. Your brain is fried, I can see. Playing Baldur's Gate, if you're that tired, seems like it would be inadvisable, considering it's a very thinky-based game. Exclamation mark goals, that was the other one, yeah. Hello, Dawn, welcome to September. Good to have you. Exclamation mark goalie. That's a good one though, Crone. As far as mistypes go, exclamation mark goalie's very enjoyable. All quests where it says hunt all monsters and the specific names give mega potions, yeah, they're considered epic hunting quests. Is what they are. They used to be labeled as such in Freedom Unite. For some reason that label disappeared in this game. But they still remain as such. And then it completely goes away in for you. Lance Jules Hammer, thank you, Crone. That is also cheaper. As you have probably noticed. What Souls will I play? DS1. If we complete DS1, I will move on to DS3. Which is not impossible. With at the moment, as it stands, being played 14 hours a week, right? We got 4 weeks in the month. So that's a good chunk of time right there. HP and strength, thank you. Where the hell is this Roggy? In here, apparently. We're not gonna spam too much. I've decided from when we had Dragon's Dogma, because of the way Dragon's Dogma worked, and it ended up kind of being like Mace redeeming all the weapons, and only other people did a few every now and then. If people do end up spamming stuff, I appreciate the self-restraint. If people do end up doing spamming shenanigans, it is the individual. God. That matters. So one person could have redeemed 20 in a row, and then 5 other people could have all done 1, right? I will do all of the individual people first, and then move on to the large amount. And if we never get to the ones that were spammed because a whole bunch of people plopped them all in, then so be it. Gives everyone a fair shake. It seems like a better way to do it. Spam swags is not available. Thank fuck it's not then. I don't want to play swags. Not in this game. How crazy is it to think, by the way? It's actually genuinely conceivable in my brain right now. We might be done. Complete, finished. With 3U this month. And we might be moving on to a Monster Hunter World Challenge right instead. This month. Pretty neat. Thank you for the 25,000 points, Crone. Extra 25 minutes added on to the streams post-September. Another chunk towards our goal. The Gun Lance and the Lance as well, thank you. Gotta get more Lance played. Gun Lance is already way up there. I don't think you gotta worry about that one. Normal Lance, though, has been a little bit abandoned. That's fair. Nice, Chisel. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Give it your best to play a part in it, Eugene. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's always nice to have the help. You will not let Lance die. Fair enough. You gotta resist the temptation, Dawn. Hey, Chisel! The Pentagifty. Thank you very much. Let me give you some hearts. I will remind you, Chisel. 5 gift subs. You can redeem something if you wish for me to do right now at this moment in the game I'm playing. That is what comes with the Pentagifty. Drown! We're going to be sitting still for a bit. You know what? I might as well at least mine. Let me make use of my drowning time efficiently. Not on your watch. Fair, Crone, fair. Hiya, Painful Civilist. Welcome. Good to see you. Oh no, Lagiacrus, don't kill me. I'm just chilling, buddy. Oh, I can even fight him if he's underwater. Oh, perfect. Good. Too tempting since I'm underwater. Fair, fair. Those who don't know, September, exclamation mark subs with the gifties. If you want to know what set amounts, there's 5, 20, and 50 for stuff that you can get for doing them if you so wish. Fuck! Those bubbles came up so high, what the hell? The 50,000 points, Eugene, thank you. Is Super Stream September like the 2022 Hugsty Grind Hours? I mean, that's why the 2022 Hugsty Grind Hours came about, Syphilis. Was because of Super Stream September last year. If laggy carts you, you'll basically have 2 carts, just saying. Oh, I know. $50,000 points. That's a good chunk towards that goal. Every 10,000 channel points this month, every sub, every 10,000 channel points, every 1,000 channel points adds 1 minute to streams for the rest of the year that I will have to do. Every sub adds 5 minutes. Gifted subs, obviously, count towards that amount, so... Yeah, 100k wanted to reserve for a small future stuff. Fair enough. Yeah, there might come a point where you want to force some weapons or something, right? Counter reaches 20 hours. Oh, I don't doubt it, simply. It's a counter to be used in addition to streams. It's not to be, like, ludicrous. So streams for the entire rest of the year will have time added to them from that counter. So at the moment, there's only 1 hour and 45 minutes in there. But it has also been 2 hours of today's stream. Oh, shit. I wasn't paying enough attention. I will never do a 24-hour stream. You divide it equally over what remains of the weekends in the year. I'm gonna divide it based on how I feel on an individual day basis, Mace. Basically. So on days where I feel better, I'll do longer streams. On days where I don't feel good, I'll do, like, less length streams. Maximum being 12 hours on any one particular stream. If I feel particularly amazing for a full-ass week, right, we might have, like, a full week other than the day off of 12-hour streams. That's what I mean when I say longer, Jizzle. I will start earlier. The only concern is getting the timer down to 0 when the year ends. Precisely. Because that message had shitloads of spelling mistakes, Mace. No, I respect myself too much, simply. And my bodily health to do a stream, fuck, that is over 12 hours long. It's surprisingly hard to drown in this game. How do you know how you feel when the stream ends? No, it's important for when it starts. How I feel when I start the stream. Like if I, you know, if I feel ill or anything, basically, is more what I'm getting at. If I feel sick, poorly, on any particular day. I can't stream any later than I already do, because I already end at 10 PM my time, right? People need to sleep in my house. I add 2 hours onto a stream. One, a lot of my audience is German. It's going to be 1 o'clock in the morning for them. No one is going to be here. Chat will be a wasteland. And 2, I will be murdered, because it will be the middle of the night when I'll be streaming, right? Or eating an ice cream. Ah, fair enough. How long could you hold your breath in this game, by the way? This is incredible. People expecting streams the time you usually set would have missed an hour of Unite when it started. You might have been kind of sad. It's set on the schedule, man. I've announced it all over the place, right? It will probably consistently start at around the same time. Probably, like, weekdays are going to be 7 hours long. Is what's going to happen. And it's on the schedule page. Apparently no one ever looks at the schedule page, but it's on there. And weekends will probably be, like, probably just 8 hours on... What'd you call it? Saturday. And then maybe 12-hour Sundays. Wasn't Teeny saving for Super Stream September? Haha, no. You see, there's a core reason why Teeny won't spend at them, right? Because Teeny wants to spend more time with me. So if Teeny spends her points, she gets less time with me. So she's actively disincentivized from spending any of hers. 25k, there is 4 requests in there. Complete all of those. That is 100,000 channel points. Let's dink this up to 210. In here, 100,000 channel points is 100 minutes. Which is 60 and then 40. So this is going to go up to 3 hours and 25 minutes. And then also Chisel did 5 ones. 5 gifties, which is 25 minutes to make this 3 hours 50 minutes. Already. It will probably be mostly consistent for the most part, Chisel. What I need to do first of all is see how much time I have saved up, right? And then try and work out how much it would be over the rest of the year. It's kind of hard to say what I'm going to do right now. Because, like, you know, it's been 2 hours. And we've already got 3 hours and 50 minutes in there. I don't know. Gifted sub? Oh, no. Channel points is all Mace meant, Eugene. Teeny wouldn't gift me. It doesn't make any sense, right? It's just... That's crazy to do that. It's taken me a long way time to die. Isn't even a 500k option to tempt you? No, I meant to change the options today to 2k, 10k, 50k, and 200k, but I forgot to do it. To be honest. Completely forgot to do it. Drowning takes such a long time. Enjoy listening to this noise until I die. The thought crossed your mind randomly once? You can't remember her gifting at all? No. And her sub is in, her sub ends, because she subs 6 months at a time in September. So she subs for 6 months at once. To get the cheaper cost on it. You share a bank account, she gives you subs? Yeah, thankfully we don't. She can't steal my money. No. Is the swimming combat as bad as people whine about? GU was your first serious monster. The thing with the swimming is you either love it or you hate it, simply. So it's kind of hard to know until you start. Right. I love it. I think it's great. I really enjoy it. Chisel hates it, for example. It's a Marmite situation. You'll either enjoy it a ton, or you never want to touch the stuff in your entire life again. Welcome to an anxiety simulator. Sitting still. Listening to the beeping. The shaking of the oxygen. You have that 6 month as well? Oh, really, Crone? Nice. Oh, look. There's a little animation for when you start drowning. Neat. You fuckers! You're prolonging my death! You're just like, you're making my pain last longer. Cruel bastards. Still calmer than the Sonic low oxygen? Yeah, definitely. I mean, Sonic's one is horrible, right? Hate's a harsh word, you don't enjoy it. I thought you hated it, Chisel, to be honest. But fair enough. You don't insta-die? No. Hey, Sagano, how you going? I like there's still oxygen coming out of you. Cast HP regen, thank fuck they can't do that. That would be the worst. Jar Jar wants to observe extended drowning. Oh god. You don't float to the surface, the realism's pure. True! True, I guess. If you hated it, you wouldn't be playing it. Fair. You might have like powered through for the sake of playing Monster Hunter, right? To see all the monsters, any of that stuff, whatnot. High chance of an monster knocking into you. Knocking you into air when you're low on oxygen. That would be kind of interesting. Was that a gadge out? Yes, they exist in this game, but they're not actual monsters. They're just background fish. Concept in itself is flawed. Yeah, we've been over that enough times. The important thing is not what either you or I think, right, Chisel? It's what the Monster Hunter team thinks. How do they feel about it? That's the important thing. But since they have already stated their desire to try it at least once, it's presumably not dead as a concept yet. Shall see if they change it into something that is more enjoyable for everyone. You think the financial manager will be against it, at least? See? I don't know. Because I think it's like prime promotion bait. Promotional material bait for marketing, right? It's easy marketing material to be like the game that makes underwater combat fun. That's the marketing manager. Financial manager doesn't care as long as people buy it. They don't give a shit, right? So if the marketing manager's like, look, we can push this and it'll make people buy the game. And then we make it so that multiplayers, like, before you get to any real swimming combat, it's like a few hours in, they can't refund it anymore. Boom, done. No man. Is it scummy? Oh yeah. You just fight against small fish, you know. Maybe something easy like a Royal Ludra. Let's see a future improved mechanic. It'd mean people need to adjust to it. Rise showed us how they don't want people to adjust too much stuff. It's an interesting way to look at that. How people don't want to adjust to stuff is what Rise showed us? Or how they don't want, or how Capcom doesn't want people to adjust is what Rise showed us, Eugene. They might overuse it because of the resources it takes. That's fair. I would say that that did not happen in this game for what it's worth though, right? They put all of the effort into this game to make Underwater, and then the mechanic was basically like cripplingly underused. There's barely any fights. The only true underwater fight is Cedius, that's it. Every other one's a mixtured fight. It goes on both land and ground and underwater. Hell, even most of the underwater subspecies are just like, it's only on land now. That's the subspecies. Capcom doesn't want people to adjust, to be honest. You'd rather bitch that adjust. You can relate even though you don't like it. Interesting. How do you think that Capcom doesn't want people to? Random question before you forget. How do you feel about urgence only giving progress to one person at a time? It's incredibly dumb. And there's no need for it. The underwater monsters are some of your favorites. Yeah, me too. But I think it's because they stand out because they're so unique, right? I'm incredibly glad they got rid of urgence needing to be repeated for every person. It was mostly just a giant time waste. When it was a case of like, man, I really want to get into the next rank, see what the next rank is. That person gets into the next rank, and then it's like, yep, well, you gotta wait 3 more quests before you can do anything, because the rest of us are still in the rank below, and we can't do shit. Can be done that changes the game on a similar scale but isn't underwater. I mean aerial combat, I guess, but not really. Arguably, that's what Rise did. Although I think it did it on a very base level, so it could be expanded further than that. but I don't really know how that would work. Dunno. Laggy, your boy, Global, Spiky Dude, Cedius, Beard Lizard. It was so cool. Cedius, in particular, is really neat. I do really like Cedius. I think that's a damn well-made monster. Right there. Less adjustments means more people won't complain playing and will rather recommend it to people. It's based on Rise, they tend to simplify their own mechanics. That's true. What I will say is, in terms of, like, Monster Hunter always goes in kind of weak on its first inception of the mechanic introduction, and then ramps it up as time goes on. Right? So they will do that. If they ever fiddle with the wire bug or anything like that, they will, like, improve upon it, make it better every iteration it comes back until it's, like, an actual core part of the game. Look at mounting, right? Mounting's had a hell of a fucking journey of being remade over and over again and done in different ways and all this shit. Was kind of really bad in 4U, incredibly simple. GU made it a lot better. World completely reworked it, and then made it a little bit worse again. Rise removed it. Longsword spirit mechanics basically been fiddled with in every game since it was introduced. Dual Blade stamina drain always gets messed with in every single game, right? I would also say, Eugene, for what it's worth, do take into account the amount of people that will buy a game purely just to have an opinion on the discourse. Right? In terms of what Chisel said. Especially since World is in a position where if they make a follow-up to World, it is now popular enough that it's in a spot where people will buy it just to talk about it, to have an opinion. You think the world mount was solid? Yeah. I do as well. It was a little bit abusable with moving around. You could just completely ignore essentially every attack, right? Bar, like, specifically Brute Wyverns had an attack which you couldn't ignore just by jumping. So the holding on mechanic might as well just not have existed. And also mounts in World ignored, like, if someone tripped the monster, obviously not possible in Iceborne. If someone tripped the monster in base World while you were on a mount, you just lost your mount. kind of sucked. That bit wasn't great. As opposed to GU, where people hitting the monster helped the mount go quicker. I think that was a really good way of doing it. You like Cedius a lot? Music, weapons, armor. Checks all boxes for you? Yeah. It does for me as well. Generally, the monster looks cool as well. Even if his attacks don't do that much damage, they feel really powerful. It's something I really like about Cedius as well. He feels strong. Wyvern riding is the obvious mounting replacement of Rise. It is, yeah, but Wyvern riding is so drastically different to mounting that I would say it's not even a replacement. They've removed mounting and added Wyvern riding. Because it's just, like, it's not the same mechanic. Not at all. Middle ground would be nice. A little discussion's fine. Nothing where people are outraged yet. Wait, it helps? You didn't know that? In GU, yeah. You attack a monster in GU while someone else is mounting it. It does the same little color, like, animation when you attack it. The little, like, blue sparks fly off the monster. It's the same color that you get when you're stabbing the monster in the back with your mounting weapon. Your hunter's knife. And if the monster does a roar or something and everyone else is still attacking it because they've got earplugs, the bar fills up on its own. Even though you're obviously holding on for dear life. Rise had you spam instead of getting good. Rise is a little bit more of a spammy title until you get right near the end. Honestly. Until you're in the real late game, then you have to be a little bit more focused, I would say. This is the thing, like, at least for what it's worth. Let me read the rest of the chat first. Cedius and Try had the outro cutscene playing, really felt like you came to the end of a journey. Yeah. And the wonderful thing about Try, right, and the way that it works, is you don't kill the monster. The whole resolution to the story of Try is that you help the fucking monster. Because Cedius is just in horrible pain. Because its horn has grown over its eye. Which is why it's slamming into the walls and stuff and making the earthquakes, and you cut the horn off. It's perfect. It doesn't need to die, right? Doesn't actually really mean to cause any problems. So you break its horn, free of its pain, and then it just swims away after a while. It's the story you never knew. Yeah. The Cedius horns literally never stop growing. Like horns for a lot of animals, they just don't stop growing. And its horn grows so large that it starts blinding it and digging into its eye socket. So it's in so much pain, it's slamming its horn against the wall to try and alleviate the pain. Comes down to numbers, it's true. Both standpoints benefit. People buy the game. Based on Rise's state and Underwater as public opinion about it, not getting extended or touched upon 4 games later, it shows. They don't want people to be frustrated while playing. It's like you say in terms of negative stuff speaking louder. Definitely, for sure. I personally think Underwater hasn't been attempted again 4 games later on because it's too expensive and it's too time consuming. Not because of public opinion. Because if you want to expand upon, like, Underwater, you have to make an entire new moveset, right? Just if you look at... They're not going to do it in 4th gen, because it was brand new still at that point. They didn't want to commit the resources for the 4th gen games, because they couldn't, really. .4U was already probably being made while 3U was being made, so that's not an option. Generations definitely wouldn't have done it because it was a celebration of Monster Hunter. And Underwater was only in 1 game, so it's kind of weird to celebrate that, right? And then World, they had to remake all of the weapon movements. They even tried to do Underwater in World, but couldn't. Because they ran out of time. And then in Rise, they were already making Rise while World was being made. So, it had already been set. They weren't going to put Underwater in it. They had to the wire bug as their mechanic. I'm sure the opinion does weigh into it a good chunk as well. But also, what I would say about Rise... From at least my understanding of what's going on in Rise, I would, like, disagree. I feel like all the mechanics that have frustrated people in that game, they've doubled down on. Doubled down on. They did exactly the same with Iceborne. People were clamoring for the longest time with Iceborne to make the Clutch Claw 1-hit drop pod and 1-hit weaken for every weapon. And to remove the claggers, and they just flat out never mentioned the claggers at all. They never fixed them. And then instead of making it, they doubled down and went, no, fuck you, you need a deco, right? It's even a free slot as well. Rise, people complained about the wire bugs in base Rise a lot and how they controlled the gameplay. That they essentially dominated the whole gameplay. In Sunbreak, they doubled down on it even more. They did remove the Rampage, but that was because that was like almost exclusively negative reception. Very few people liked the Rampage. They made the wire bugs even more integral to gameplay. And they also made it so that there was even more skills. More wire bugs. A lot of, like, counter-based gameplay with wire bugs specifically. I don't, like, in a sense, I kind of don't think Capcom cares. Like, in a good way. If something is genuinely, like, almost unanimously hated, they'll remove it. But if it's got mixed reception, they just kind of double down. They just do what they want. Rise early game is wirebug spam, trap spam, recall to plenish traps. If you're spamming traps, that's on you, right? Simply. Rise early game is not trap spam unless you make it trap spam. It's the same with Freedom Unite. Like, people say monsters are so abusable in Freedom Unite, and then the same people go into Freedom Unite and spam traps down, and spam flash bombs against every single monster. It's like, the game isn't necessarily abusable as much as you are forcefully abusing it right now, right? There's a difference. It's kind of an important one as well. No, the only time I ever used traps when I played Rise was to capture something. You really enjoy the simplicity but not annoyingness of 3U. Has some nice quality of life stuff, but it's still nice and simple. I agree. I think 3U for me is what Portable Third is for people like Chisel. It's older school Monster Hunter with some quality of life, but without any, like, irritation. And I greatly appreciate that. Everything's chilled down, it's all calm, it's all, like, removed of all of the extra shit, like Eugene says. The mounting is too strong. Sometimes it's nice to not have to force yourself to not interact with mechanic. Yeah. It's just good. You like the concept of the Rampage, Eugene, but was lacking the people to multiplayer with because Rampage is multiplayer-based mode, yeah. Yeah, they made a, like, spin-off gimmick in their own game that didn't work well in solo. Kind of a bit weird, right? You never use traps? I use traps if I'm really struggling. It's the only time, though. I have to be really struggling to use traps. I don't necessarily, like, lazy farm like Chisel. Necessarily. I like trying to farm as soon as I can, but I like making sure that I've got shitloads of max potions, shitloads of honey. Those two are the priority, way above anything else. Shitloads of potions, max and ancient megas. Maybe I'll also work on getting some what do you call it, right? Some flash bombs, some life powders and stuff like that. Was it actually in the area over? I was hunting Legaicrus, right? Yeah. A gimmick on the level of mantles would be fine. Yeah, mantles are good. The only thing that needs to be changed with mantles is an option in the settings, which makes it so that mantles are invisible all of the time. Mantles are visible once they're, like, invisible once they're broken. Or to make it so that mantles are automatically unequipped whenever they break, without your hunter having to pull them off. Because that's the worst thing in World for me. You work really hard to build all this armor set and shit, right? And then you just put a mantle on and it hides your armor set. Especially if you farm layered armor. You spent God knows how long farming layered armor, and then you just cover it with a mantle as soon as you get into a hunt. It's kind of dumb. When Monster's head is just getting bonked in a pitfall 10 times, fight is over without randos cutting, etc. I think people get a little bit too bent out of shape of randos karting, to be honest. The hell's a trap? You have to do capture quests sometimes, Space. Never use traps unless you want to capture. I think that's the norm for a lot of people, to be honest, is that they don't use traps. Unless they want to capture, or if they're, like, really struggling. Flash bombs are funny when the monster's jumping at you. That's fair. It's always enjoyable to see monsters you don't normally, like, use flash bombs against fall out of the air mid-jump as well. That's very enjoyable. Rise enabled you to be the cheesiest hunter you could be, and that got boring. I get it, but also, like, that's 100% your fault. I understand that comment gets wedged at the New World against Rise and against Monster Hunter World a lot as well. But to me, like, if your problem with the game is that it's too easy and you're taking advantage of every single option to make it easier for yourself, maybe just, like, don't. No? Right? I see that complaint so much about, like, the older hunters in particular. Whereas, like, the restocking at the box in World is just unreasonable. Like, it destroys the whole point of the gameplay. There's no need to, like, ever stock up on any quest. Don't use it. It's an optional mechanic. Like, you don't have to use it, right? Just don't touch it. Don't change weapon mid-quest. I don't. In World. Right? I leave it the hell alone. Anything you didn't like about the mantles was the temporary one? Temporal one? The hunter automatically puts away the worn-out mantle. That should be an option to turn off. Yeah. I honestly would prefer if the mantles just, like, completely fell off you. When they run out of charge, they just completely, like, fell off your body as a whole. That would be really cool. No worries, Simply. respond at your leisure. We're just like fostering general discussion, right? It is for everyone to take part in. The impact mantle that adds knockout to every weapon, essentially. I like that mantle. I think that mantle's kind of cool. I think the knockout value on it could certainly be reduced. But I think as a concept, it's kind of neat. And I had a lot of fun messing around with, like, knockout dual blades. That was really enjoyable. You do have bad habits, Rise enables them, yeah. For me, the game is about the hunt for me. It's not about the grind, it's not about any of the other stuff, it is about the hunting. So I don't really understand the point of beating on a monster that's not moving for 5 minutes until it dies. That's just inherently, like, confusing to my brain. But I respect that that's the way some people want to play. I get it. It's more about the grind, it's more about building the equipment, making your hunter maybe look good, getting yourself to be as powerful as possible. Living the power fantasy is more the way it is for some people. I get it. But when those people complain that the game's too easy, and it's like, you made it too easy. I optimized the shit out of the game and now it's no fun. Ha! You don't say. You forgot about most features? You have 4 U's as your baseline, everything more is prone to be forgotten. That's fair. I remember them, but I don't interact with them. It's going to be very fun to do the play world as if it's Monster Hunter 4U playthrough. That one's going to be wild. So many people are going to be like, what the fuck is going on? Who have only ever played world, and I'm like, yeah, what's the true charge slash? Doesn't exist. Restocking and speed changed the entire game. For the people who use them, yeah. The speed changed the game flow a lot, for sure. Restocking just doesn't exist for me as a feature, honestly. Not unless a monster's really pissing me off. If a monster's really, really just, like, just annoying me to no end, I will typically restock just to be like, fuck you, you're dying. You know what? I don't care. You're dying. Good way of putting it, thanks. Gets you out the flow. Personally, yeah, it does me as well. For me, it kind of calls into question a little bit, like, I know we're a hunter and knowledge is our weapon, essentially. Like, you can argue just about everything we do is knowledge, right? Being able to build weapons, being able to build armor, devising specific tactics for specific monsters, exploiting weaknesses, using traps, exhausting monsters, all of that shit, right? It's all part of our strength. I kind of want to feel like I'm fighting a big bad monster that's scary and could kill me if it, like, just gets pissed off too much. That's what was really nice about Laggy earlier. When I was fighting him underwater, when Chisel told me to drown, he killed me in 3 hits, and I just felt like there was nothing I could do. It's kind of like a really nice feeling to have for me in this game. Like, well, just must remind myself, I am outclassed against this Leviathan that's, you know, 50 times the size of my entire body in total. I should be outclassed, and I am. I like the traps more as an option for, like, if you're struggling, these are here for you. And I also think that fits very well into Elder Dragons being not trappable, where it kind of turns into a point of, like, if you use traps as your lifeline throughout the whole game, it's not going to work anymore. They understand they're too strong, they're not going to trip them. Either they're too smart or they're too strong. You've lost that advantage. My thoughts on sleep bombing? I like sleep bombing. I don't know what greatsword slam you're talking about. Sleep bombing's a fun tactic. I don't tend to try and abuse it, though. Like, I try not to abuse any mechanic, right? In 4U, for example, unless I'm fighting Gravios or Black Gravios specifically, I don't tend to like to go for more than 2 mounts, because then I feel like I'm abusing the mounting a little bit. 2 feels like a good amount to get in a single quest. Or at least against a single monster, I should say. Sleep bombing is more like preparatory, right? It's the same thing. If you abuse restocks, sleep bombing's a lot more powerful. A lot more powerful. If you don't abuse restocks, and assuming you're a solo hunter, because that's primarily what I am, right? Bringing sleep, what you lose is raw damage most of the time, or a positive element, maybe sharpness, something like that, in order to get an opportunity to do sleep bombing, which is really good. But you lose a massive chunk of your inventory space to bring, like, combinable bombs, to bring all of this stuff. And if you're bringing a greatsword that's got sleep on it, it's probably not going to be a great wake-up weapon anyway. If you're playing in multiplayer, different logic applies, right? Multiplayer's inherently fucking broken as shit anyway in Monster Hunter, honestly. Trying to assess, like, multiplayer balance in Monster Hunter is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's just, like, not even worth thinking about, I feel. Purely the advantage of having 4 people for staggers alone is incomparable to any sort of cheesy tactic you could do solo. Purely just being 4 people is already insane. Paralyze it, knock it out, drain its stamina, you earn it. If you use a trap, you just put it in the ground. Yeah. You don't feel like you've done anything. I get that. It's equally part of the game. It's how you prepare for a hunt. That's true. Yeah. After that logic, you shouldn't drink antidotes you failed to evade. No, that's not quite the same, Chisel. The difference is, like, drinking antidotes is preparing for part of a monster's moveset, right? You learn that monster had poison, you don't necessarily always bring antidotes with you. That's preparing for a monster on an individual level. That's using your knowledge to a tactical advantage. Traps, bar a few exceptions, are just a flat, like, you bring it on every quest, it's always gonna work. Other than, like, Nagakuga, Rajang in specific enraged states. Gypsaros. Shock traps don't work on him because he's made of rubber. Elder Dragons. Traps are kind of like a free 10-second fuck the monster. You don't get to, like, it doesn't matter. So I understand where the difference is. Lost when they dive underneath it. Yeah, they're not immune to it. They can just break it, right? Zenoga, yeah, Zenoga's a good one. I mean, sleep bomb wake-ups with a greatsword have been a thing since, like, Freedom Unite for me, simply. So it's not, like, a more recent mechanic. Can you get free of that, please? MP sleep builds are ass. Randoms will wake up asleep 8% of the time, even if you spam text binds not to. Depends on the game. To be honest, if your core, like, examples are Rise and GU, in Rise and GU, people aren't really paying a lot of attention to what's going on to a hunt. They're paying a lot of attention to what's going on with themselves and the monster. Because there's a shitload of stuff that you need to individually manage that isn't based on, like, a hunting level, right? In GU, you're constantly trying to build up your meters to be able to use your arts at an important time. So people are paying a little bit more attention to their arts than what other hunters are doing. Same thing's true of Rise. People are constantly trying to pay attention to their wire bug usage, that they're not paying attention to the hunt as a whole. Those games very much promote a me playstyle, personally. 3U, 4U, World. World to a lesser extent. World's a little bit me as well. Especially with the capturing thing, which will never cease to annoy me. Because people have less individual responsibilities in those games, they pay a little bit more attention, right? And also, for what it's worth, there's no need to be so mean to randos. Sure, like, some people when they're playing Monster Hunter, you do wonder if they actually have, like, any IQ at all. But you don't know what people are going through, right? On the other end. No, it's in-game specifically, Chisel. Because I didn't want people to do it for not so reasonable things. You don't know what the rando that you're shit-talking is going through at any point, right? People die at strange times sometimes. You don't know if, like, you know, maybe someone's just knocked on their door and told them that half their family is dead or whatever. What you also always do is not using pitfalls when the monster's actually not heavy, or no shock traps when the monster's based on electric. That's your personal immersion. That's nice. That's nice. say the D-pad on the touchscreen to move the camera, how long would I do it for? 1 hunt at most. And also, I'd probably just use target cam. Or I would just like... That would actually probably be impossible, I think. Because I can't move my mouse to my left hand. And left hand is like camera stuff. Prowler being GU hurts you more than it should. You have more missions on Prowler than Hammer. That's cool. I never fell in love with Prowler myself. Portable third statement earlier, the only thing now which connects you to it is your nostalgia boner. Everything else you can get in free you and in more. Fair enough. Portable Third's still a really good game. Honestly, like it's a great game. It has a good aesthetic, it's got like a good thing going on. But as someone who has no nostalgia for it, it is purely the inferior version of another game for me. The lack of G rank in retrospect is not appealing. That's honestly the single hardest sell for Portable Third. If it had a G rank, it'd be like so much easier. I upgrade a piece of armor that I would fail the challenge. It means I would need to build a new piece of armor, Chisel, is what it would mean. I'd have to unequip that bit of armor and then build a new bit of armor. Technically, you could redeem that, yeah. Specifically upgrade? Yeah, I get what you mean. If I had to upgrade a bit, I'd just never be able to use it again. I don't fail the challenge immediately. It's if I use it that I fail it. And even then, like, even if I did accidentally upgrade something and use it for a quest, I would repeat said quest with unupgraded equipment and be like, look. There we go. I didn't upgrade it right. Even old Naga is immune to pitfalls. When it's not enraged. Eugene. Bending the rules? No, I'm saving myself several hundred hours of my life, Chisel. I keep getting to high rank over and over again and fucking free you this month, and then someone sends 5 gift subs and just goes, hey, restart your challenge run. Prowler anti-poison horn run saves plenty runs to the party. Oh yeah, a good Prowler with some healing stuff is a godsend. Absolute godsend. Just delete the save. Look, there's some limits I'm not gonna go to, right? I'm not gonna restart a challenge run or delete a save file. Imagine if someone just told me to delete the 4U save right now. Yo, here's $25. That save file you've put 200 hours into, delete it. A save file which someone else paid more money than $25 for me to be doing in the first place. Even by the logic of money rules the world, the other person paid more. Hey, Fanged Ivan. You like the Oriental aesthetic of Portable Third, but the lack of G-Rang underwater, which is cool. Some monsters, yeah. I think I personally would have enjoyed Portable Third maybe a little bit more if I wasn't already like incredibly sick of the Oriental aesthetic, because there's been like a lot of it recently in stuff that I've played personally. I've played Rise recently. I played Wild Hearts recently. I played Neo. Played something else, right? Can't remember what. I've played quite a few things that have got like a ancient Japanese aesthetic, and it's like, oh yeah, more of this. Woo. That's not its fault, that's just me having to look at the same thing over and over again. And also, my judgment of Yukumo Village, its visuals and its music have been tainted by the fact that I played GU first, Generations first. And so all that village is to me is the place where I go and leave and go and leave and go and leave and go and leave to speak to the dumb fuck who's in the footbath now. Constantly. You're pumped for doing Abyssal Lagiacrus with us, Eugene? Eugene? Eugene, the challenge run ends at Diamoralis. I won't do Abyssal. Sorry to break your heart, potentially. Diamoralis is the end. I won't do Abyssal Laggy. I tie you to your chair. Lack of underwater is the best part. I truly think that's one of the core things as a argument for why Portable Third might be better on an individual level than 3U. Do you have a negative feeling towards the underwater combat in 3U? If yes, play Portable Third. If no, play 3U. It's kind of like genuinely that simple for me. It's the game, but without the underwater. Or it's the game, but with the underwater and an extra rank. Kind of no-brainer, right? If you do or don't like it. Welcome, by the way, Fanged Wyvern. It's good to have you here. I hope you enjoy the month. I hope you have a good time with it. Don't hunt underwater monsters and don't progress. I mean, that is like genuinely an option when you play 3U, right? As long as you don't want to play multiplayer with people who want to hunt underwater monsters. Just do every underwater hunt the minimum number of times you have to. Fight Lagiacrus once in low rank. Goble once in low rank. Royal Lugeroff, hell, you can even kill him on land before he gets underwater if you do enough damage. Fight Cedius once. It's an option. Haha, nice, simply. Classic old school Monster Hunter mini monsters that are hyper aggro, yep. And also ludicrously massive monsters. Good stuff, good stuff. Don't know why I tried to block that. I can't block that. Yeah, go! Good damage. Good water damage in particular. Kuku's the poster boy of the comedically small monster, yep. It's not even an event quest, it's just a normal quest in Freedom Night. Like an Actor, you need 5 claws of him when we're multiplayer, be prepared. It's alright, I love fighting him, so. It's one of my favourite monsters. I really enjoy Agnactor. A lot. A lot. That reminds you? Just like triggering memories in your brain over and over again, Eugene. You have to elaborate, give you a second, of course. You're gonna lag from bed now, you're a tired boy. Rest well, Chisel, even if you don't go to sleep just yet. Hope the comfiness of the bread brings you nice stuff. Hey, Chisel! Go to camp and take a nap. Okay, I will do so. The way I get to camp is up to me, right? That's not mandatory? You didn't say walk to camp, you just said go to camp. Thank you for the gifties, Chisel. I appreciate it a great deal. Have some hearts. The quickest way back to camp that exists. Let me add 25 minutes to this timer here. 4 hours and 15 minutes. Done. There we go, I took a nap. I appreciate it, Trizzled, a great deal. Thank you very much. Gonna make you reinstall GU. Hope your save's still okay. I hope so. I hope so. Losing a Monster Hunter save always sucks. Like, immensely. Tokyo Game Shows in September. Can't wait to be disappointed by astronomically unreasonable expectations. Oh, God. Oh, God. It is. It is next month, yes. But next month? It is this month. Sorry. Tokyo. Monster Hunter Game Show is what I nearly just called it. Whoopsie. Who's got astronomical expectations now? September 21st to 24th. Dragon's Dogma 2 has a demo? Holy fuck! Yo, that's already popping off, as far as I'm concerned. Capcom are back. Exoprimal, Dragon's Dogma 2, Monster Hunter Now. And Street Fighter. Are the ones that are listed. The online event, the Capcom program, is on Thursday the 21st of September at 15, whatever the... Is BST British Standard Time? I don't know what that is. Is that what we use? We use GMT, right? Greenwich Mean Time? I don't know what BST is. Bullshit time, yeah. "21st of September, what day is that? It's a Thursday. We may have to interrupt. Darkest Dungeon. Monster Hunter World, believe it or not, Fanged Wyvern is not RE engine. That game can get a shitload better than it already is. The flashbacks are going to restore Prowler acorns in camp whenever you're that bad or the party can't afford another cart. Yeah. Good stuff. IRL stream from Tokyo Game Show with the Darkest Dungeon 2, Darkest Dungeon Dragon's Dogma 2 demo. I feel like there's a core issue there, Chisel. It's in Tokyo. I am not in Tokyo. I do not want to be in Tokyo. Back in third days, you had 4 people playing it. One had Braki as his favorite, still has. Rest were bragging about Zenoga. One day you did Agnactor, another one was like, fuck Zenoga. Look at Agnactor not being able to control its own power. Like, what? 10k sub gift goal is IRL Tokyo Game. I don't speak Japanese. If I get 10,000 gifted subs, you know, you can convince me at that point to go to Japan. Honestly? How much money is that? It's like £20,000. The game engine's popping off, which definitely helps. Yes. It really does. Flex your gaming setup, projector, switch, pro controller, your entire wall is the monitor. Yo, nice! Having a projector's really cool for stuff like that. Really, really cool. I had a work colleague I used to work with, and they had a DVD / a Blu-ray player, but they had no TV. And it always confused the shit out of people who went around their house. Hey, play with the Prime, thank you very much. Have some hearts. And then every time, people were like, why do you not have a TV? They just whip out the projector. And they had this giant white wall, which they just projected everything onto. It was so good. So good. 6 months. 6 months play. Half a year. Appreciate it. Welcome. Good to have you in this glorious month of September that we're now in. The month where I slowly lose my mind. Chisel? People crushing walls. Each other thing going on one day. You're watching the live video of Bracky where he fights like that. She was like, no. How can you get yourself killed by him? That's really good. That's really good. Is Blasphemous 2 a part of my future poll? I haven't thought about it, to be honest. Is playing through Blasphemous 2 helped if you've played Blasphemous 1? Thank Ivan. Because that game does intrigue me, I must admit. Thanks for popping in, play. Enjoy Netflix? Not really. Okay. It might not be a part of the next poll. Which, by the way, just to mention right now, will be at the end of the month. The next poll. The last week of the month, we will decide the game that is going to replace... what was Hades. Whatever it will be that it becomes. Last week of the month, that will go up in the Discord server. Depending on what's going on in terms of... Oh, pardon me. In terms of streams at that point. If we're on to Dark Souls 3 and we're a good chunk of the way through it, or if we're near the end of Dark Souls 1, we might finish that before we move on. But we'll have to see at that point, right? But Blasphemous does seem very interesting. As does Crow Swan. Those both look like good games to me. You failed a capture quest? Was it because you didn't bring any traps, Mace? Press 1 ain't even out? Oh, I know, but it looks damn good. It'd be amazing if you could switch the files for the voice warning system. I'm sure you can. Whether you can in-game intentionally, Hedgie, or not is a different thing. Blasphemous gives you Dark Souls vibes with its tone. The gimmicks and how you obtain stuff, is that just you? I don't know anything about the game, honestly. For the most part, I don't know a goddamn thing about that game. In terms of combat gameplay, platform expanded a considerable amount from the first. I just don't know if it's one of those games that has a story that you kind of need to play the previous games to understand. Or if it is, like, truly fully self-contained. It does seem kind of up my alley, I must admit. I do know Crow Swan isn't out, but it does look bloody amazing. Definitely one of those games that I should wishlist, actually. I actually saw a thing the other day. I shouldn't say I saw a thing. I got emailed by people at a little website called Daredrop. And it seemed very cool. And they had a thing for Blasphemous too. Metroidvania / Souls-like. I thought it was just flat Metroidvania, honestly. In the, like, Hollow Knight style. I didn't know it had any Souls-like to it at all. Hey, Pokolo, welcome. I intend to, don't you worry. He shall die by my hand. I feel like the Souls-like terminology has become so broad that it doesn't exist anymore to me. Like, I genuinely don't even know what it means now. Without giving him a cuddle. I am cuddling him with my 2 blades constantly. My 2 sharp swords constantly cuddling. That's what's going on. Monster Hunter World even got called Souls-like? No. Yeah, that's the thing with, like, the term Souls-like at the moment. It's basically become to mean any action game that has a stamina bar and rolling. And that's just not what Souls-likes are at all. It's like the death retrievable currency, the way the leveling up works, the difficult boss fights, the atmosphere, all of it mixed together, right? Stamina dodge rolling is an important aspect, for sure. But it's like the currency, which is your money and your level up, that you lose on death and recover from a bloodstain. That's a very important aspect. With difficult boss fights, a limited healing that you can't do anything for, right? You can maybe level it up, but it's all the healing you've got at the moment. Respawning enemies. But yeah, people, like Fangdo Ivan said, it's literally just any game that people are like, this is a little bit hard, it's a Souls-like. You can dodge in Monster Hunter? You can. Monster Hunter does not have any level up abilities, though. You cannot level up your character in Monster Hunter. You can only level up your equipment. Your character build is arguably your most important thing in Dark Souls. You imagine the opposite? You imagine hunting and capturing stuff in Souls now? Oh, that would be really cool. Yeah, just plop your shock trap down for Soul of Cinder, you know? Monster Hunter's essentially if you have nothing, you are nothing. Yeah, Monster Hunter's like revolves around your gear. Souls revolves around your character, your leveling. Can't they Google Monster Hunter release, which was 04? No. No, they can't. To be fair to games journalists, like to actually genuinely be fair, because it feels like a lot of them do a shitty job. What a lot of people don't realize is that games journalists usually have 1 week to play a game, and that's it. They got 1 week to play it, learn as much as they can, research it, all of this shit, and write their article. And then the next week they start playing a different game for a week. And then again, and then again, and then again, and then again. So they don't Google shit like that, right? And also saying that's like Souls-like at this point is basically just like free clickbait. So why wouldn't you? There's a good chunk of people that hear the word Souls and immediately need to change underwear. Mario Party is a Souls-like. Except the only difference with Mario Party is that you're dodge rolling in real life because your relatives are trying to kill you. Because it's not your fault that the star just happened to spawn one space in front of you. And they grabbed the immediate nearest kitchen knife. Unfortunately, in real life, your dodge rolls do not give you iframes. Yeah, I have no idea what people were thinking with Armored Core being Souls-like. I've only seen a little bit of gameplay, but it's just, like, not at all. Mario Party is a battle royale, essentially. And Monster Hunter has loot boxes. I hate that argument. That argument actually physically makes me want to hurt people. Honestly. Fucking Monster Hunter has loot boxes. Oh. Is it Monster Hunter from Capcom? So it's action horror like Resident Evil? No, it's Street Fighter. Which is why they do their shitty promotional material and reveal all of the crap all at once. I think that's actually genuinely the reason why Capcom markets Monster Hunter the way it does, by the way, because they treat it like a Street Fighter. And all of the monsters are fighters. Contrast to Dead Rising. Oh yeah, that game exists. I forgot about those. They kind of fell off a cliff, right? After the second one. Collabs to Monster Hunter in 2nd gen and Portable 3rd. Resident Evil, it's got a collab in 5th gen as well. Oh, Dead Rising, okay. I don't really pay a lot of attention to portable third or second gen, so that'll be why I don't know about them existing. They released 1 and 2 without German text. Oh, really? Interesting. Kind of weird. To release them in an area without the text. It's been a week and Spotify Premium sold you. Good old scummy Spotify Premium. Remove a whole bunch of base features from the platform and charge people for it. Glorious. Be real. I mean, like, I don't even listen to music that often, right? I don't use Spotify, I just use YouTube. From my minuscule interaction with Spotify, my understanding is that they don't make premium goods to bring you in. They essentially make base Spotify so bad that you have to pay for premium. Cars are basically gacha. Ugh. God. I'm gonna go to the loo on that note. I don't even want to think about that one. I'll be right back. I haven't got my drink, you know? I'll be right back, just a little bit more. There we go. Same with YouTube. 1080p enhanced bitrate. I don't use YouTube Music, I just use normal YouTube. Because I don't listen to it like on my phone or something, it'll just be specific tracks that I want to listen to. YouTube Music makes you pay to have the app closed though, right? If I'm not mistaken. Like, if you want to lock your phone and listen to music, you have to pay for it. Which is the wildest shit. The Rambros is presumably the only monster left. What music do you actually listen to then? Just game stuff every now and then, Eugene. Basically. Why are platforms becoming less consumer friendly? Because people let them get away with it. Instead of complaining and standing up and being like, this is like downright wrong, you shouldn't do this, people just go, oh, okay, I'll pay it then. So they are rewarded for their money grubbing. Give the Final Fantasy VII cover a try that you posted? No. I only listen to music from games that I've played. Like, music is very non-existent to me as a concept unless I have an already existing emotional attachment with said music. If that makes sense. So Monster Hunter, obviously I play a lot. I've got an emotional attachment there. Stuff like Pokemon Black and White I can listen to because I played it. If, I don't know, Pokemon Sword and Shield, I have no idea. I haven't played the game right. Has the best music in the entire franchise? I doubt it. It wouldn't mean shit to me because I haven't played the game. And I don't have that, like, link of how the music should make me feel. So I don't really listen to anything that anyone puts, because it's just nothing to me. It's just noise. Even your friend's printer, he needs to subscribe to a plan to use it. Yeah, fuck that. I bought the printer, that's enough. That is enough. About music that's not in games. How do you even hear new music outside of games? I don't, Eugene. I don't listen to any music outside of game music. There is like one song I can think of that I like that's not related to a game in some way, and the only reason I enjoy it is because it's related to my partner instead. Never heard of him, Fanged Wyvern. Partially agree on some games. You've never played the songs seem air. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, the boss music is awesome. You only know the game through memes. I don't know what it is, I can't connect if I don't already have some sort of emotional link. And the music just kind of like falls flat on me. Like I need to have a tie there. Where it doesn't do shit. weird. Very weird. Might be part of my brain, like, never turning off, always thinking about things. I typically listen to lyrics in songs, and lyrics in songs are complete fucking illogical garbage. For the most part. It's not the only reason, but it might be at least one of the many that contributes. Yeah, some people listen to music a lot, right? It helps center them, it keeps them kind of enjoyable, in a good spot, helps them recenter their like feelings and all of that. It's just noise to me. Unless I've already got something there. Better go back to work. To look busy. Enjoy simply. Good luck on looking busy. Hope it goes well. Can you get special arena by capping on investigations? Yes. You just have to cap the monster once in each relevant rank. If you want a low rank arena investigation, you need to cap a low rank Anjanath. High rank, G rank, G rank. Master rank, sorry. Doesn't matter how you capture it, you just have to capture it in that rank. You can do it on an expedition if you want. Illogical, you mean to tell me that smack that hoe isn't deep? Don't know, I've never heard of it. I'm pretty sure you could do it almost anywhere, Mace. Not 100%, but pretty sure. Music helps you in the dangerous practice of ignoring traffic sounds. That seems hazardous to life. Mostly yours. You only really care about the melody, and video game music's great for that. Yeah, because it focuses more on the melodic aspect. You can write about almost anything, speaking as a writer as well. Yeah, of course. It's more than just that though, right? Like, I just can't connect to it for some reason. There's part of my brain that is broken. It can't make that tether on its own. It needs an extra help. Obviously, some songs are probably fantastically lyrically composed. But at least most of the stuff that I used to hear on the radio was bollocks. When I was going to and from school when I was younger. Ding, ding, dong, dong, ding, ding. Sounds like, they really put a lot of effort into that title. You're never good at poetry. Any attempt has failed, Dawn. I wouldn't really say I'm fantastic at poetry. I can do some like very basic rhyming stuff, but I can't do like interpretive poetry where it's about trying to get a message across without any of that stuff. I don't get that. My brain can't do that. I can just do basic rhyming stanzas, that's all. An AABB, an ABAB, something like that. Actual lyrics from one of their songs, what the fuck? Mentioned a good point you have with quote-unquote music where you revolves around the text, which is poesm by default and not music. Music to you is the instrumental. Most modern music sucks in that regard. I don't know. That as a concept is so far out of any part of my existence. I'll just take your word for it. I've not really found any music that I've meshed well with, regardless of what it is. Right? Like, there's a lot of classical musics that I kind of get along with a lot better, but then that's because those classical musics have been used in like infinite pieces of media for a very long time. So you already kind of have like an understanding of the emotions that are meant to be tethered to it, in a way. That's your whatever the hell that word is. Creating the meaning out of thin air, so to speak, comes naturally when you're connecting emotionally to something. Tend to still have some kind of hidden meaning, even if it's based in not so much emotional stuff, or a hidden meaning in your poems. It's kind of funny, because I tend to be decently good at reading into, like, people. Their actions and stuff, and what's going on in that. That I can, like, intuit into. What people have taken, like, intent and noticed into text, I can't intuit. Because it's been filtered through an intent, a device of framing to make it put in a specific way, right? It's not a natural intent anymore, it's framed, it has a purpose. It's not raw feeling distilled through, like, physical examples of stuff. And I can't handle, like, intuiting anymore. Something about that breaks when it goes through the text of a... Well, not necessarily a text, but a medium of, like, forced interpretation, as it were. They're mostly German, though, which makes sense because, mother tongue and all, right? Well, presumably. Sometimes simple is good, no hate. Even though some songs are actually just people saying bootylicious. Yeah. You don't need to be like a, you know. I almost felt like I'm picking on Eugene by accident here, but not my intent. You don't need to be the poet laureate to be able to write lyrics that are enjoyable. Right? You can just be a person. They don't even necessarily have to have like some kind of, they can just be like funny words in an order. And that can tickle your ears and make it very enjoyable to listen to. Especially with music, there's more than just words, right? There's your intonation. Is it in lyric? Is it lyrical? Is it alyrical? Is it synchronizing with the harmony? Is it aharmonious? There's so much stuff that can go on there that can make it interesting in of itself. But when you do listen to the words sometimes, and you ignore the rest of it, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Oh my god. Fact Wyvern, that's horrible. Do you value about me? Well, thank you. It's very kind. Anything with a boundary of any kind is sort of shackled? Yeah. It's been filtered. It's like the best way I can put it. That's why I tend to deal a lot better with people who just like write what they want to write. And then I can like intuit their meaning behind it. That's easier to understand how someone got to what they wanted to get to, rather than if they're being like incredibly picky with its words to try and like fiddle around. It's harder. That's what Bizim always says. What, anything with a boundary is shackled? Fair enough. Neat. Drill rap? Basically everything is illegal lyrics, oh my god. Ugh. You can't find true meaning. You can't find true meaning if you keep yourself some words and sense. Yeah. There's always an extra layer, basically. Every lyric is about stabbing police or something? The fuck? These people need some assistance. Or a reform in the police structure, maybe? In their country? To be fair, I think most countries could do with that. A lot of it is British. We are very angry people. And we don't have fantastic police. They're alright, but they're not fantastic. Their music video is 90% flexing their forearms. Amazing. Better parents. The firearms, not the forearms, okay? I prefer my interpretation of that way more, honestly. I love the idea that the music video is just them being like, Always wear masks, of course. It sounds a lot for like a genre for people with unresolved teenage issues, potentially. Frame drop on the back hits. The hit lag, right? Oh, Duramboros and his hit lag is glorious. Oh, it's so good. You again made it so you don't need to write a word. Predominantly more nice than a music video probably is UK. Yes. Because firearms are illegal here. Like fully. Unless you have multiple permits, which means angry teenagers do not have hold of them. Hopefully. They do still exist, obviously. Many guns are found all over the place, all the time. More firearms for Chicago. Chicago specifically. Not just America, but specifically Chicago. Interesting that you name a town instead of a country. A city, I should say. Is Chicago a city or is it a state? I don't know how America works. Um, 12, let me just check this real quick, because I'm worried that I've done this wrong. 12 times 5 is 60. 210 plus 60 is 330. Is 5.5. 210 would be 221. 210. 60, 120, 180. 3 hours. And then Sorry, I'm trying to do math and the calculators make it more difficult. Ooh-wee! 210 in minutes is 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours for 180 minutes. Which leaves 30, which is 3.5 hours. 12 times 5 is an hour. Which is 4.5 hours. This needs to be 4.5 hours. I did not do the individual subs. This is what I have not done. Update that. That was incorrect. Oh, Sonogri. That was really bothering me, sorry. I was just looking at it and I'm like, that doesn't look right. Just doesn't look right. It's because it weren't. I'm liking this, by the way. Zenoga appearing. I've got an urgent quest. We're moving on up to the next tier. I did every available monster in this tier. It's good, it's good, it's good. The forward progression is happening. It's a potential village. Done. Makes me happy. The Shrek-coloured fanged wyvern, Zenoga. I think we've seen different Shreks. Mountain Dew Doggo is maybe a little bit more appropriate. That one I can give you. Chicago has a lot of it, you know, because you've watched it and you don't know if that's a good sign. Probably not, to be honest. Ooh. It's not in here? Maybe it's in Area 7. I assume it has an intro cutscene. You notice something for you. The intro, Gore comes up, steps on Tigrex, shows a predator in that situation. In the game, you can't fight him before Gore. Huh! Neat! That's true. That's such a good intro cutscene, by the way. Gore landing and snapping Tigrex's neck like that is such a good indication to me, like exactly what a monster fight would be like. It purely is just as simple as, like, Tigrex was distracted, Gore got the drop and insta-killed him. Just one hit him. Immediately snapped his neck, right? Because that would kill him, he's dead, he's done. Does he roar in 5th gen? If he's not charged? Yeah, even without charge. Is that a 5th gen thing or is that a Rise thing? That's a world thing? It is 5th gen as a whole. Weird. I wouldn't expect World to do something like that. How dare they? How dare you, World? Hey, Zany. Welcome. Rhizino doesn't roar until he charges and enrages. I wonder why they did that in World then. think World does it because of the claw? Ah, yep. The clutch claw fucking mechanics up. That makes sense. How you doing, Zany? Good to have you. Welcome to September. We're 4 hours into the stream and we still have 3 hours left. It's a strange existence right now. Feels very odd. But it does mean we're probably gonna burn through 3U, honestly. Both a good thing and a bad thing. All the way to Dire in post-game too. We're not going to do post-game. Dire's where the challenge run ends. That's the point of the challenge run. Of any other challenge runs, unless specifically stated otherwise, they are to get to and to kill the final boss of any particular game. And I mean the final story boss, not the final, like, technical boss. They should bring back pin attack UI. Personally, I like that it disappeared. I like that it's gone now. As for you guys, it's going pretty good. Thank you, Sagando. This is the urgent quest that takes me to the last star of village, which feels pretty damn nice. Then I can kill everything in that village tier, hopefully. And I will be on my way to going to Hub, getting myself some end of high rank weaponry and armor. And then it shall be time to deal with Goldbeard Cedius solo. That's going to be hard for this challenge run. We're definitely going to need some drugs for that one. Yeah, Dia Morales solo is the win condition, Zany. Worth mentioning at this point, by the way, we have all of these challenge runs in the queue. I'm obviously going to do my best to win them. Not all of them are going to end in victory. Some of them will end in defeat. It is my hope that we do as good as possible. But some of them will not win. It's as simple as that. Is armor upgrade allowed? Nope. The upgrade button is not allowed whatsoever. If I do accidentally upgrade a piece of equipment at some point, that piece of equipment is dead. I will sell it and I will replace it. Solo's a bummer because you need him, yeah. You can always post him again once we get into multiplayer. But when I need to farm, right? Immediately as soon as I get into G-Rank, basically. We can also do that, Eugene. It's a good point. It's always nice to get to the more difficult monsters in multiplayer, for sure. No, armor upgrading is, it's an upgrade. Technically, the challenge run is no weapon upgrading. That's specifically the way Iron phrased it. I went and checked. It does say no weapons upgraded. But at this point, I've been under the misinformation that for so long it was no gear. That at this point we're just doing no equipment. Is everyone in multi also only allowed to use a forged Blessy Hammer with an unupgraded full set? No. So the way multiplayer works is, because I have done it in single player, it means I would be able to do it in single player again, in theory. So I would just be able to farm it into infinity, right? Over and over and over and over and over again. The only difference is doing it in multiplayer makes it take a lot less time. There's no need for me to do one quest that takes 40 minutes over and over again when I can just do it in hub. It's purely just like a time waste to do it any other way. You think it should be like that? Another's misery is your amusement. If I set those rules, we wouldn't do any multiplayer, Zany. Who the fuck is gonna join that? Yo, these random ass weapons that I built, you're limited to them. Also Mind Echoes, also my equipment. Enjoy! Except the difficult monsters like Zhen, Xenius, and Lao. Oh yeah, the more like CG / spectacle fight monsters that take a little bit longer. The ones that are clearly built to be done in multiplayer. They're good to do in solo. Or in multi, sorry. Not so good in solo. So yeah, free use going well, Sagando. Going very well. You noticed, Eugene? G rank and old monster as a toughie makes mastering it more compelling. Yep. It is difficult. It is difficult. G-Rank's gonna be a tough one. You're getting free hits and you're dead and you're upgrading. Yup. Damage and survivability is gonna be incredibly hard in G-Rank. Both are gonna be problematic. Early G-Rank should be fine in terms of damage as long as I have an option for weapons in there. That will turn out alright. Survivability will be the issue. In G-Rank is where I believe survivability is going to be a bigger issue than damage. So I'm likely going to switch over to an armor set that I can slot into or has evasion. Because evasion will do wonders for keeping me alive longer. Dodging in this game with evasion +1 or evasion +2 is godlike. It feels so good. Can approve of one option, I'll like it. If it's Goldbeard stuff, I'm not building it. That's the only thing I will say. Because I really don't want to farm it. On weaponry? Okay, good. I'm hoping there's some good metal weapons, but I'll see. Is there another Souls run upcoming? You see channel redeems. Dark Souls 1. Zany. It's a save file we've technically already started. I think we've only put about 8 hours into the save file. Taurus Demon is dead and Gargoyles are dead, but I think that's all that's been done. And I have a shit ton of Sunlight medals. It is going to be played on Tuesday and Thursday. It's essentially the new game playthrough for Midweek Mastery. It was just gone during that time you assumed that run was over. No, DS2, the first part of it is done. We still need to do the rounding up touches on that run, but that will happen at some point in the future. This will be the start of the DS1. So only the new game playthrough, but the new game playthrough is always the longest one. Because it's where I've got the most shit to do. It's where I'm going to collect like a majority of the weapons and stuff, right? A good chunk of the achievements are in that new game cycle. Collecting all the spells and all that stuff, most of that happens in that new game cycle. Wow, that really sucks, Eugene. We'll make him level up resistance. Resistance is the only stat which I am going to put a hard cap on when it reaches a certain level. I think. Because I don't want to just be putting all my points into a stat that's literally going to do nothing useful for me. Right? Especially since Dark Souls 1 is arguably the hardest Souls game. I want to be putting all my points into resistance. You're free tomorrow, as long as it doesn't get delayed by another day, Mace. Because it is a weekend tomorrow. Am I going to pay $100 to play Starfield now? I'm going to play $0 to play Starfield at any point. I'm not playing it. I genuinely don't give a shit about it. What'd you say, Lugia? Oh, what if Mace's game comes on Monday? It's possible. It is the weekend. After 20 levels, you'll probably get 2 more seconds of poison and toxic resistance. Yep. After level 30, it doesn't actually level up any of the stats other than poison resistance every 7 levels. I was looking at that earlier. I was like, Jesus Christ, this stat sucks. I hope everyone enjoys Starfield that does want to play it. I hope it's a good game. I hope it is not filled with bugs. The way a lot of other Bethesda stuff is. Space isn't particularly my field of interest in the first place. And Bethesda has lost all of my respect as a developer. Forever. Basically, they're never going to get it back. "15 times the galaxy density." Hazily grasped for Jaster on his first Sonoga hunt without him reacting. Oh, did I? Ha! Look at that. Honestly, you probably look at the screen more than I do, Eugene. I don't look at it that much. We're gonna need your $100. 15 times the exploitative pricing. £86 instead of £60 if you want to play the game early. £25 to play a game 5 days early. Man. And then people wonder why developers keep putting out bollocks. You don't think you've paid that much for any video game? I've paid that much money for board games. Not for video games. You'll just play it on Game Pass? Yeah, but you don't even need to pay any money. You don't pay a single penny. And you get it of day one of release. Seems like a kind of a good deal, right? Oh, sorry, technically you get it on day 5 of release because the game has already released. They're just saying if you're a peasant, fuck you. Zinnoga weapons are probably going to be incredibly helpful here. I see myself building a lot of Zinnoga weapons. $200 raw damage. You're interested in Starfield and that surprises you, but not for any specific reason. Do you like Bethesda games in general? Because at that point it makes sense you'd have some interest, right? Hopefully Microsoft doesn't fuck it up, hopefully. What are you, Ming Ligia? The interest, the surprise. Oh, okay. Many games do the release early for extra money. Yep. And it's bullshit for all of them. When Bethesda does it, you hear way louder. Poor Bethesda. Not poor Bethesda. They have dug themselves into every hole that they find themselves in. All the evil companies are on the less evil scale. Don't know. On that one, I wouldn't be able to say. To follow the words of CD Projekt Red, who are also pretty shitty in the Witcher 3 trailer, And also on generally just The Witcher in general. Andrzej Sapkowski, whatever his name is. The people who are the show writers for The Witcher Netflix show, right? Evil is evil. The amount is not relevant. CD Projekt Red and Naughty Dog are crunch abusers, yeah. Unfortunately. 76 Fiasco kind of solidified them as pretty evil. That's true. Yeah, Fallout 76 in particular was like... It's hard to get worse than that as a game company. We understand there's a problem and we're not planning to do anything about it at this time. Doxed everyone who signed up to their website. Banning random people who had good gear because they thought they were hackers. Price gouging on their in-game store. Or like fake price advertisement. They did a lot of bad shit with that game. Didn't deliver on the canvas bags, didn't deliver on the alcohol. It's actually like genuinely impressive how much they did wrong. So it's a good watch Internet Historians video, yeah. Those scorched beast appears was atrocious. Bringing up so many memories. Bad ones, I assume, Lugia, unfortunately. Hey, Fredo, welcome. Good to have you joining us here in the craziness of September. I hope you enjoy the month. You might have forgotten that Fallout's Bethesda. Oh. Yeah, it is. You know who presented Fallout, Lugia, that we were talking about the other day? Todd Howard. Todd Howard and his sweet little lies. I don't necessarily think it's all on him. A lot of people blame it all on Todd Howard, and I don't think that's fair. But he has his part to play. And he is responsible. I'm gonna have to watch that Internet Historian video again. It's so awkward, not really the best at presenting this product. I don't blame him for that. The face of it all, and it's like when he says 60 times the detail, he was straight up lying, yeah. Which is why he gets the blame, because he is the face of the game, the face of the company at that point, right? September? Oh my god, it's September already, yep. It is, indeed. There have been so many cool new mobs in 76. That's truly the saddest bit about that game, is there's a lot of people behind it who really cared and poured in like a lot of effort, work, time, and energy, right? They really did try and make the best game they possibly could. I have a friend who is a die-hard Fallout fan. I don't know if I've ever really heard her say anything bad about Fallout. And I asked her what she thought about Fallout 76. And the only thing she ever said to me was, don't buy it. Which is kind of like really bad. Just don't buy it. Sadness in her voice. The fiscal year's the reason why a lot of games have poor quality? Yeah. So one game ruining years of goodwill. I mean, the thing that's always kind of funny with Fallout specifically as a franchise is one of the games which is lauded as the best Fallout game is Fallout New Vegas. That's typically the one that a lot of people consider the best one. Like, it's not even made by anyone who works at Bethesda anymore, I don't think. I don't know if any of those employees work at Bethesda anymore. Because it's Obsidian, right? Not every crap game's gonna have the No Man's Sky treatment, no. No Man's Sky is a... It makes me so happy that the people who liked No Man's Sky bought Hello Games a billboard outside of their office that just said thank you. Because honestly, however that game released in such of a shit state that it was, they do have their part to blame in it for sure, right? They've worked that off. They did what they needed to do to make up for that by a long way. And then some. At this point, you kind of got to realize that a lot of that blame's on Sony, right? That's Sony's bad. They're an actual indie dev back then, but Sony, yeah. Yup. And a severe crunch and time constraints still came out there good. It's wild, right? Sony's actually evil, yep. Bolt Reaver has an ugly ass name in German. Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch. Astalos. It makes perfect sense. He's got big fists. God. Don't call them corpos, for the love of God, please. Horny to look at lines going up. For what it's worth, while corporate is an issue in a lot of places, right? A lot of that pressure that goes on them to make lines go up is because of shareholders. So shareholders have their equal blame. It's not just corporate. To give some small, like, little bit to it. They're probably still the core fault, right? There's probably a lot of them that try and do the best they can to minimize the aspect of it. But it's hard to destroy the idea of a culture which is based around making as much money as possible, right? It's tough. New Vegas is still your favorite game. Sagando, you're playing it to this day. It's an amazing game. It's very good. Shouldn't get in with the shareholders that want to squeeze the company, but the company wants to squeeze as much investment out them as well. Yeah. It's unfortunate. A fair amount of them don't care? Oh yeah, absolutely. I would say that issue is not limited to specifically games, though. There's always people who are just in it for the money, right? This pickle decoration, he was frozen stiff. He wasn't moving, that was really weird. He was just chilling. Didn't feel like going anywhere. Thank you for the sword and board play. I got this gun lance from Crone, and then I will get going with your sword and shield. I gotta use it twice, as the norm. And then I'll get that garment. Always happy to play sword and shield. What Souls game? Dark Souls 1. On Tuesdays and Thursdays. Thank you for the long sword, Eugene. Some easy quests. And his sad thing about Sword and Shield is no oils in 5th. Honestly, that's preferable to me. Incredibly preferable. Hey, buddy. Crank up the volume. Good old Nagakuga and his glorious theme. It's a fair request. Rise has an oil? Wait, what? Oh, is it art? Chaos Oil is a switch skill? Good old reused assets from GU. So good in capturing this kind of agent sneaky vibe, yeah. Good old Naga. He's just fun as well. I love him. Such a good fight. I think Naga is the exact example to me of not every monster has to be more complicated than the ones that came before it. It doesn't need more mechanics. It doesn't need more, like, random shit. It doesn't need a whole bunch of, like, complicated stuff to make it interesting. It's just a monster that does normal attacks. Just jumps around a lot, right? That's it. Doesn't need to teleport or use element or... I don't know. Have ailment, poison, whatever. I do want you to take a break from the next game, though, please, buddy. Come back in 7th gen. Quick question about MH3U. A streamer friend of yours was playing the game on Citra. After a while, turned down from streaming it because of frame rate issues. Do you know a fix for that? I assume this person had all of the logical stuff on play. They had the frame rate limiter to make sure that they were only playing at 30 or at 60 FPS. They had the fix. Was it an issue with them over multiple? Or were they just playing for a particularly long time? Citra has an issue if you play it for usually around, like... I might run into it today, to be honest. When you get to about 5 hours plus, Citra starts shitting itself real bad sometimes. And the best thing to do is just close the gate, like close the entirety of Citra and reopen it, and it usually fixes it. It's like it's got a memory leak or something, almost. Only for a few hours at a time. Yeah, it depends what we consider a few hours. Up to 6 hours, yeah. Then usually that's a Citra thing. Also, Citra, like, it enables multiplayer. If they were playing multiplayer at all. Citra's not a big fan of, like, 4-player multiplayer. It tends to start crapping itself at that point as well. Zenoga has a perfect example between being flashy and a genuine, like, doggo with horns. Zenoga's a bit much for me in terms of its design, personally. I like him, though. It's a really fun fight. His design's a little bit too loud for me. A bit too noisy. He's cool, though. He is cool. I like the colors. The colors are perfect. I know it's just color theory, right? Blue and yellow contrast each other, thus make each other pop more. But the blue and yellow, it's good. I would like Grimclaw Tigrex? No, I don't like Grimclaw Tigrex because he's a deviant, and deviants can fuck themselves. Deviants feels like a taste of Frontier. That is actually a fantastic way to put that, yeah. It's like baby Frontier. Citra more like Citra. Shitra. Citra has a lot of issues with it. It truly does. But honestly, for what it's worth, right, I can play this game on my PC in 2023. Fucking what? 11 years after it released. Online with people from around the world. I kind of can't complain. I wish Shitra ran better. But it's a pretty good time of it. It's a very portable team design. Very true. Thank you, Ivan. Zenoga is a portable team design through and through. Incredibly noisy. Barely arguable that it works from a an ecological standpoint. It's very like on the border of what makes sense. Symbiosis is a thing though, so it's fair. They gave up on that with Valtrex. Can't wait for Monster Hunter DOS streams now their servers are public. Greninja was doing some earlier, I think, play, if you're looking for some. Disco Greninja Frog. Pretty sure they were doing some Monster Hunter DOS earlier. I think Felix has been doing it as well. Felix Cat. Rote hasn't been streaming it, but I know they've been playing. Do you follow DOS on Twitch? As a category, might be a good idea. Yeah, there's definitely been some people streaming it though. Absolutely. The annoying one in World. Oh, Brute Tiggy in World? I love Brute Tiggy in World, honestly. Greninja's live as we speak. Oh, cool. Enjoy the DOS stream play. The Shamisen? Shamisen? Whatever that is in Zenoga's theme is God tier though. I honestly don't really pay that much attention to it. To be honest. Don't. The thingy was really good though. For now, until the urge grows too much play, and then you have to go and look. How do you figure? Isn't that always how it is? Yeah, that's really good, Eugene. Almost like you know me a bit too well. No, that's a stereotypical thing you can apply to everyone. I've just fortune read you is what I did. I did a little bit of fortune reading there. I said a generic statement that could apply to just about anyone on the planet, and you felt seen in that moment. You love Brute, he's the best Tiggy. I think Brute's the best Tiggy as well, yeah. I enjoy him a great deal. He's just very fun. I think he's a very good subspecies. as well. Doesn't add element, doesn't remove an element, although I do like that personally. Just changes his attack patterns, right? Want some more detail you were missing later on? The unique weapon sounds, you noticed the old gem was playing again? Yep. You hear a Raffia weapons, you can hear its hers and so on when you swing. Yes. You can hear a little screech. Nasilla does that as well. Witch, or another word is Dungeon Master? Don't know what you mean. Hey, I quit my Dungeon Mastering, at least temporarily. In World and Iceborne, all you hear is the glorious bone/iron swinging. I really hope that is the core thing they fix with the next Monster Hunter game. Honestly, the bone and weapon design, the bone and the metal designs with like a little bit of the monsters like feathers and stuff on them, I actually think are like really good designs, specifically for low rank. Give you a little itch, give you that little bit of a drip of the weapon that you're building, right? Just a little bit. For it to then upgrade to the proper design in high rank and then evolve to its like final form in G rank. They brought back unique weapon designs in Rise. Yeah, but they did the same problem, like in Rise that they did in 5th gen. Most of the weapons don't evolve in Rise. You build a low rank Rathalos weapon, it's a Rathalos weapon the whole way until the end. That's the one that Rise did wrong. The best thing about the older games, and it really feels like your weapon's getting a lot stronger as they progress, right? Throughout the ranks. Feels really good. Imagine if Shara was bone or even the collab weapons. Yeah, they would never do that. Not for the final boss of the game. That would be terrible. Going Rathian, pink, gold, exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna be able to get Narkuga weapons high rank, aren't I? Rise technically does it, but the tree forks. Yeah, it's not the same tree that you upgrade the whole time. It's literally like one final upgrade and the tree changes. Or whatever, right? Hell, weirdly, they even do it, if I'm not mistaken, for stuff like Magna Marlow. Where it's the Magna Marlow tree for the whole line. But then for some reason, they might even do this in World, and I've just sort of clocked that this is really weird. They add a new tree in and called it like, they call it like Scorned Magna Marlow. But then it's literally just one upgrade to the normal Magna Marlow weapon that's right at the end of the tree. That's really weird, right? Just thought about that. That's fucked. Why do they do that? Did they do that in World? That's really fucked. You can't straight forge it? Yeah, that's really annoying. It's not about the coolness, but the ridiculousness and the lightheartedness which Monster Hunter is. Exactly, yes. If you want a new Magna weapons back to low rank, which is not good design. kill those things in seconds. Yeah, it's about the tedium though, right? Azure pink mix was always cool. Yeah, reminded you of ice cream. I really like that weapon. I really like the Azure / pink weapon. It's also one of my favorite things about the dual blades. I can't remember what they're called now, no, unfortunately. The twin flames, the dual blades. One of them is a Rathian weapon, one of them is a Rathalos weapon. It's just nice visual design, right? It looks cool. Although it sucks when they eventually end up making one of the blades poison, then I'm like, I don't want to use them anymore. The Valkyrie blade had the half and half in second gen. The Twin Flames had the half and half in second gen as well. A friend of yours wants you to rush him through Master Rank? Wait, why rush through Master Rank? He was farming Armadon for an armor, you killed it consistently in under 3 minutes. Master Rank? That's crazy. For a single person to do, essentially, to a double health monster. Another fucker you need to farm in G. Seems like you need to farm just about everything, Eugene. Two minutes flat. Monster Hunter Rise Frontier. Go on this Mario. I love Sad Mario. I actually really like his orange as well. I think it's a lovely orange. Sandbarrow's one of my favorite subspecies, specifically subspecies. Take a monster as, like, well designed as Barroth and removing the element but still making the fight really cool with the tornadoes. Fantastic idea. Fantastic idea. Bluish teeth are cool, yeah. The endgame and only monsters have so much health. Forget that, everything's a lie. Choose elemental and even those things die under 10 minutes, not around 5. Honestly, like, regardless of everything, whatever you think about World, whatever you think about Rise, right? There is one thing to me that speaks very loudly to how people feel about both of those games. Other than the occasional very large streamer fucking with, like, numbers in one way or another. If you go on Twitch at most points during the day, despite the fact that Rise is a far, far newer game, World and Rise have similar viewership. It's almost the same. Some days worlds are higher. And I feel like that speaks volumes to the long-lasting nature of world. Rather than the, like, basically drug hit rush that Rise gives you as a game. Because that's something I definitely felt myself with Rise. I was absolutely enamored for the 12 hours it took for me to beat Sunbreak. Absolutely enamored, loved it. And then as soon as I beat Geismagorm, absolutely all of my enthusiasm just disappeared. And never came back. Really weird. Wanted to see gore in World's graphics. Got that anniversary picture of all the flagships in the World's design. Oh, did we? I didn't know about that. Geismagorm was great. So interesting to see different things about Geismagorm. I feel like I'm the one who's wrong, maybe. Maybe my opinion is actually wrong. They do appeal to different people, yeah, for sure. Dawn. Really hard and fun fight at first. It's fine not to like a fight. I think it's the worst flagship monster in every final boss in any game to date. Genuinely think it's the worst final boss monster we've ever had. Narcocos is better than Geismagorm. In my opinion. I like a Cantor and you can loss from Freedom Unite better than I like Geismagorm. First time you beat it, you was like, that's it. Same. I was like, oh. That's the fight, I guess. Hey, Jojo, welcome. I like Narcocos a lot, actually. Attacking the heads. Targeting different heads to remove different elements and stuff. Depending on what I'm weak against, I try and take that head down fast and quickly. There was a little bit of tactical thinking in there. Post it at Monster Hunter, probably already know. I'll have a look. Old Genematsu and Portable Third. As far as the fight goes, I like it less, but I think it's more interesting. And it leads to a better ending for the game. Personally. Even though I don't like Amatsu, I think it has a better ending and narrative tie-in. With Portable Third than Geismagorm does. And I think a significant part of the reason is that Malzeno is too good of a host for the Curio. What's a meh, Lugia? Hard for you, you didn't have a weapon to truly enjoy, that's fair. You did it with your partner the first time, you did it fully solo, so maybe you ended up liking it more because of that. I did it fully solo straight away. And the fight gave me the same feeling that the first part of Shara Ishvalda gives to you. Or at least gave me. The first part of Shara Ishvalda, the whole time I was like, is the final boss of this game a fucking rock, right? Is this a rock? Is that the boss? And then stage 2 happens, and you're like, oh, right? This is cool as shit. Won me over, grabbed my heart, and just yanked it out of my body. I'm in love with that creature. Geismagorm, the entire time I'm fighting it, I was like, where's the reveal? Where's the next phase? It died. Huh? Zora Magdaros sucks. Zora Magdaros is a siege fight. It's terrible. People are allergic to healing in stories. Yeah. It's weird that one. Lao sucks as well. The best siege fight is Shenmuran, in my opinion. The armor's pretty cool for Narcos. I never looked at the armor, to be honest. Floating bio fart thing was the best one. Yama Sakami. It's not even a siege fight. It's just a slog. Malzeno's such a cool design. Malzeno is like so good. It doesn't. I hate to say this because I feel like I shit on people's favorite monsters, right? It doesn't feel like a Monster Hunter monster. Same as Valstrax. It doesn't feel like a Monster Hunter monster. But it was a very fun fight. Nawa and the other one, Ibushi. Made you realize how much you dislike punching bag monsters? Fair. You did hard fat, you got real far, and they just didn't heal, even though you were near the end. It's so annoying. I could like Primordial. Primordial Malzeno was the biggest disappointment I think that game ever dropped on me. Play. They took a fight that was really good and then made it worse. In my opinion. It was sad because it was such a good run, yeah. That's a bummer. Thought I'd like it, it's a bit more aggressive. Rise already has a problem with being far too aggressive as a game. There's multiplayer in stories too, Eugene, yes. 40 turns isn't that long, at least. Shiguru, they tried to incorporate its Frontier moves into Sunbreak. Why though? Because Sunbreak is baby Frontier. The whole game. The fact that everything's hyper aggressive, iframing, and counters are like your core way to deal with stuff you can't really dodge, right? You can't positionally, preemptively dodge attacks. You have to like iframe or counter stuff a lot of the time. You have shitloads of skills. You do tons of damage. Monsters kill you in seconds. You kill them in like minutes. It's kind of baby Frontier. Honestly. It's your fault for expecting Fatty with a random to work. What's also worthwhile thinking about, maybe, Lugia? They might not have been able to see the health the way that you could, so they might not have known how far through they were. And just thought that they were fucked and basically had given up, right? You neither? Oh, okay. Bummer. No Frontier slander? I don't like Frontier, Jojo, sorry. It's not slander. The game has problems. Just remember you have Rise Sunbreak. Maybe you should finally launch that game up for the first playthrough. Hell yeah, Fredo. Give it a try. They kept spamming the I lost sticker when nothing was wrong. They used an Antonov, so you expected them at least a healing as part of it? Yeah. I mean, if you've got someone spamming a sticker like that, right, they're just there to screw other people over. Unfortunately. As soon as someone starts spamming a sticker like that, that's when you want to peace out. Hey, Ein, welcome to September and all of its lunacy. You can't peace out, sadly. I mean, you can home screen, close application. No? Unnecessarily hard fights. Kill your mood to even try them, and Rise was that as well. That's fair. That is entirely fair. How you doing, Ein? Risen ones didn't seem appealing. I couldn't fight most of the Risen creatures because I was not high enough hunter rank. So I didn't fight them. The only one I fought was Risen Chameleos. And I think I saw one new move and then it died. As your teammate in gold in Overwatch said once. Once said. Said once said. Words are difficult. All these days, and 50 plus of the right eggs, you still haven't got a single gene you need. Is your game broken? That's incredibly shitty. You're incredibly unlucky, I guess. We can't get far here. We need goats, which was the matter. Need it. Oh yeah, that. I remember that, Eugene. Very good picture. You realize these things aren't just options for people, right, Play? what you use when it's 4 a.m. and you can't think anymore? Go to sleep. If it's 4 a.m. and you can't think of anymore, go to sleep. Use the Elemental Vial on Charge Blade, Max Elemental, Guard 5, made the Curios hunting together with Quick Block, easy mode. Yep, that's fair. Took an hour and a half for him to get the Hour Mantle. That doesn't really seem like bad luck. It seems like relatively normal. Unless the hunts were all taking like 2 minutes, then that is kind of bad luck, I suppose. Whoops. Will you die, by the way? Please? Gunlance was my strongest weapon. I think it's now my weakest weapon, unfortunately. There we go. I don't think his friend needs it anymore, Zany. Considering that was a past comment. Talking about that game, you might as well get back to farming. Anomaly rank. Enjoy play. Good luck. Hope it goes well. The Gunlance heard me. It did. It is one of my weakest weapons, though. It's true. It's just the truth at this point. Do this over here, where it's less audible on the microphone. Not Longsword. Longsword has the same amount of damage as this Gunlance has. It's got the same amount of raw damage. The thing is, it's Longsword. Nice, Eugene. Anything's a viable playstyle. Am I being pedantic, by the way, when I say stuff like that? Or am I actually reading that people just, like, legitimately don't think that you can just play the game how you want? Viable playstyle. Anything's fucking viable. It's Monster Hunter. Does that word even mean that you used? Pedantic? Just being, like, unnecessarily annoying about something, essentially. One of these is the urgent quest? Huh? You have to speak to the Argosy captain, and he's just not here at the moment. How incredibly unfortunate. I can build it. That makes me very happy. I've actually got like a lot of good options here, man. I can build shit. Hell yeah. All I can see is that the Argosy is at sea. Kill the monster at a reasonable time for like 12 to 15-ish minutes. There. I don't know if it is necessarily that, Eugene. For some people, I think it's just like so much easier, right? It's just laziness. For some people as well. There's no maliciousness in it. It's just... It's easier to look up the best build than it is to, do anything else. Why do they make you talk to the Argosy? That's so strange. And he's not in the village half the time. Monster has to die 4 minutes to perform as well as a longsworder is not viable, yeah. That's like, I just... Why? Just why? Class Citra real quick. It's on Stories 2, it's on Switch. I mean, you can ask Citra if you want. It's not gonna go very well. Essentially what you said took a bit further, yeah. I genuinely think it's not even like necessarily lazy or like malicious or anything. I think the Monster Hunter community genuinely has just a very large problem with like not being able to have fun. Full stop. People can't find their own fun in Monster Hunter. They have to be like, it needs to be optimal, right? It's min-max hell, yeah, exactly. Has to be best in slot. You can't just chill. I think it's why a lot of people hate the decorations in World so much. The decos being random. Because decorations make up more of your build than your talisman does, right? Also, like, I guess farming for a talisman is less painful. Because it's farming for one thing instead of farming for multiple things. Even though the talisman probably takes longer to actually get than the decos do. Yeah, it's just wild. People want to copy the cool content videos. I understand that. But there's a difference between the way, like, copying cool content videos and shit-talking people for not using, like, the perfect build is vastly different concepts, right? Sheer probability sense, it's easier to get multiple attack and expert 4s than ever to get a perfect or a really good talisman, yeah. Never understood it. How they get raised? Needs to be a fishery or race from one water civilization. The pressure behind it. Do you reckon? Because games are an escape, no? So you would avoid that personality. You would avoid doing that. Unless you actually, like, enjoy that aspect about yourself. Unless, you know, they're looming over the shoulder. I doubt there's many parents out there being like, are you playing your games optimally, child? At least I hope not. It's kind of horrifying. Way of thinking, yeah, I know. That is a kind of terrifying thought, that. Game arrives and a day later there's already an end boss fight to generate views. I don't understand that one. You watch videos explaining the new skills in Sunbreak. The son of them break your head. Nice play. Rise feels more like a sandbox most of the time. Yeah, it feels like baby Frontier. If you took out the skill requirement in Frontier, like you have to have certain skills to play the game. We reached 6-digit damage, yeah. Wasn't that in base Rise though? Didn't they only barely hit 10,000 damage in World? In Iceborne as well. How fast content arrives. People want to watch what is the next best video. They don't want to time to look into the game itself. Yeah, I don't know. I can't wrap my head around that. I don't see the point in like doing things optimally if I'm not having fun, right? Petition to turn numbers off. There's a reason why I do it. That's why you can never play games professionally. I could never play games professionally because I can never enjoy one game enough. Honestly. Play stories, fuck mainline, and then get people coming in every 5 seconds and telling me that my monsties are suboptimal. And I'm a failure of a human being for not having a min-maxed Abton off or something. Here's the question, why would you want to hit 100k? Yeah, exactly. What's the point? Welcome back, mates. Poker Village. I've never played one of those games, and I hope for the sake of my existence I never will. What the fuck? Honestly, that's what the, like, stories community strikes me as at the moment, Lugia. I feel like no one in that game has any damn patience. Some people calling Arceus and the recent failures of Pokemon games better than stories too is baffling. I mean, do they actually play stories though? People can say whatever they want. Ironically, competitive Pokemon might have more casual players flaming each other for using legendaries. And a tier designed for using legendaries. That sounds about right. Pokemon has a terrible community. That somehow are so shit to each other, but also completely forgiving of anything the Game Freak does. If it involves a new Pokemon game coming out. I don't get it. They said they did, but it's hard to believe they play more like 6 minutes of the game. Pokemon has multiplayer. Not if you have any sense, it doesn't. Oh, speaking of Pokemon, actually. I went into a store the other day, Lugia. And you know what I saw? And was immediately tempted by? Because you've been talking about them? Fucking... What'd you call it, packs? That new Pokemon pack. I saw them and I was like, ooh. Ooh, trading cards. Ooh. No. No! Bad argument. No, mostly what happened is I got closer, and then I realized the pack, which was like this fucking thin, right? Imperceptible to the human eye if you turned it sideways, was 5 fucking pounds. And then I yeeted myself out the window of the store and never came back. Shit's wild. There couldn't have been more than like 5 cards in there. I'm not paying £1 a card. Thanks in Germany got 10 cards. Ooh. 50p per card. Never mind. Ho ho, bargain. I'm gonna go back. What's it called? Scarlet Blaze or something? I like the name, basically. It costs like, yeah, no money to produce at all. About me and get me for fatty? Luigi is already trying furiously, Eugene. But I don't play the game enough. Scarlet's the one before that? Oh, okay. They had both of them up, I think. Because they had 3 of them. They had something crystalline as well, I think. Not sure. At level 5. Find some of the card artwork online. That's not the point. That's never the point with a trading card game. I've always wanted to play a TCG. And the thing that's always stopped me is the prohibitive cost. Die instantly from laughing, yeah. I should go shut the door, considering it's like pitch black outside. Some of the cards feel like NFTs. Why would you pay thousands for a Pokemon card? Because it's attached to a game which you can win arbitrary value in. Have you seen the Black Lotus from fucking Magic the Gathering, Fanged Wyvern? $540k. Yep. Shit's wild. NFTs have no physical value at all, yeah. Oh, let me go shut that back door. I'll be right back real quick. Ugh. I've returned. Holy amounts of money, yeah. Cultural impact and stuff, right? It's crazy what it does. Wrong game. £5,637 for a first edition Charizard in mint condition. Why so, Lugia? That was my trip. It was fine. I went across the room, got cold for a second, then came back. Casual people are like this, like interesting. What do you mean by interesting? Is that a pseudonym for like shit? Basic attacks and nothing else. Yeah, that's incredibly weird. I don't know if modding Fatalis into your team is a casual player base. I think at that point we're thoroughly into the realm of calling them cheaters. What the fuck are people doing? Welcome to the world. You need to think hard. When was the last time you played Monster Hunter with randoms? I think the last time for me was in World. Went alright. There's some sappy stuff. Play with Rando on Hunsterverse sometimes. Oh yeah! True. We had that really weird guy who just corner horned the whole quest. Literally did no damage to the monster at all. Just corner horned. Skullbot was a rando for you? I've played in World with people since then. I go on World multiplayer occasionally and just, like, randomly do a Safi or a Fatalis or a Kulv or something. Without inviting us. Sometimes, believe it or not, sometimes I want to be Kyle and relax. I don't want to be Mr. Hugster and present. You miss Kyle? Yo, this month's only just begun, Lugia. I miss Kyle. Dude's fucking dead for this month. Who's Kyle? Me. I'm Kyle. Randos and GU were the nicest people ever to you. You know, I had a different experience. You liked it. I feel like for some reason I just have the worst experiences in Monster Hunter Online with randos. Like, I can't have good games with people. And it was John. John's my middle name. Kyle John Gandalf. That's it. That's me. What's even your first name? Kyle. It's Kyle. Last name's Hugster. That's me. Your mace redacted. My surname is also redacted. Had some good rando experiences, and all Lance run with 3 other people was one of your favorite multiplayer moments. That's cool. Honestly, most of my favorite moments that I can remember from World are fully self-centered and self-serving. I'm in a lobby and I see, like, fucking, you know, perfect meta longsword build, the sticky heavy bowgun user, and then a switch axe user who just ZSD spams the whole game, right? We go on a Safi quest together and then I get enmity. Oh. It feels so good. Yeah, longsword builds doing you real good, isn't it? Guess who was the first person to cart as well? I'm just sitting over here with my dumbass self-made, relatively decent, but not like fantastic by any means, dual blade build that I came up with off the top of my head. Feels so nice. It's really like tooting your own horn, right? But oh man, sometimes you need it. And then I go and do a Fatalis and get completely shat on. Just like everyone else in the lobby, because it's so difficult. You have so much fun digging into Kranico yourself, figuring out the mix sets. Nice. You've got skill or you've got skills. Hey! I like it, because I'm somewhere in the middle. I've never had anyone do that to me, play. But it's also probably because I do more damage than them. They don't want to deal with it, right? No, I've never been called out for being bad DPS. But it's because I play dual blades. I'm never going to be bad DPS, am I? I also have 1,400 hours in World. I probably have 2,000 hours in World. I think at this point I'm pretty good. Cosplay armor sets are always the reprieve among all the min-max. As long as they're actual cosplay sets and not just how much boob can I get out of my female character, then yeah. It's a good pun. It's not a pun. It's not a pun at all. Which is why I actually enjoyed it, basically. At least 50% of your fashion sets in World. Booba or actual cosplay sets? Sadie. Never ran into one of those people who used to DPS over. Like, you know the answer. Oh, Zadie. Oh, Zadie, no. You could be better than this. I believe in you. Who cares? Yeah. I don't give a shit what mods people want to use to make their life easier, right? Just don't ruin other people's experience. You can always see if the monster's dead anyways in Rise at least. You can see it in World as well, you just have to pay a little bit more attention. The heartbeat sensor at the bottom of the screen tells you if the monster's nearly dead, like, all the time. Don't ruin other people's games with mods, yeah. Whatever you want to do for yourself, do it. I literally don't care if you cheat in every single piece of armor in the game. Every single weapon in the game. Upgrade them all to max. Give yourself infinite money. Give yourself essentially infinite resources, right? Fucking do it. I don't care. That's your prerogative. That's not mine. You experience the game you want to. Don't give yourself a bowgun that does 999 million damage. Come in and one-shot my Fatalis that I posted. Fuck you. That's a dick move. Doesn't the map have the monster icon amid skulls? Only if you've got a good amount of resources. That's only if you have stuff going on, Mace. What's it called? When you pick up all the tracks, so if you max the tracks out, it's the only time you'll have skulls. Max ecological? No, it's just specifically on the quest that matters, not your overall ecological level. It's just specifically the level on the quest that matters. I have to do Morales alone, correct, Eugene? Every monster in G rank I have to do solo. The first time I fight it. Every single monster. There are some who do a support playstyle, don't deal damage, like at least you immediately. You'd rather have Ooga Booga? Right, yeah. Yeah, that's completely fair. The support player probably does more to help the team than the people who actually do damage do, honestly. Most of the time, because you give them more damage if you're playing Horn. You keep them alive, you do all this shit, right? Super good. Even if you're literally just Dust of Lifing, and that's all you're doing, if you stop someone else from healing, that increases their DPS. Don't remember shit of him, only how he looks. And not even that to the full extent, fair enough. Good luck. Fair play. Lucent's the one you did in Rise, but not in this one. Lucent's not really that different, honestly. So it's best to tell when you're doing / want something a bit more specific. Yeah. Someone did the math, having a Hunting Horn player on the... giving good buffs is like having an extra longsword player on the team. Plus KOs and buffs, yeah. All the weapons are really good. They're all viable. People just get overly obsessed with longsword and greatsword. Longsword because it does good output constantly, right? Gets occasionally invisible, has poison. Yeah. He's invisible less than the Rise one. But yeah, the Rise fight, it was not a Raging Brachydios treatment, Eugene. It was basically just like a copy-paste of normal Nagakuga, given one invisibility move and poison stuff. And then that's it. He's not that different in this game either, but they did not give him the Raging Bracky treatment. He only got one really notable move. Was it all about Hunting Horn support? No, I was just like, that's why I said even if you're just like life powdering and that's it. The amount of time you stop other people from healing is worth a lot, right? Thank you, Summers, for the The gun lance. Appreciate it. Gotta admit, you like the base rise longsword and playstyle? I have no idea what it was. Usually, if you're saying that, you'll probably be on the point where you need to take a break, Hedgie, so yeah. Yeah? You got a wide range 10 charm with sheathing 4, pretty damn good. Wait, did he actually go in the middle area here? 5th gen longsword shadows die twice. Don't insult Sekiro like that. Sekiro actually has gameplay in it. It's not fair. 5th gen longsword is very fun. It's very fun to play. The biggest problem with it is honestly that they took a weapon that was already incredibly unique and stood out as being a weapon that was kind of like fun in its own unique standpoint, and then just made it better. Can longsword users die twice? Oh, trust me, Zadie, the best of them can die thrice. All by their lonesome. All jokes aside, longsword is good. It's very good, it's very fun. You should probably give it a go. Just maybe don't play only it. Leave you and your longsword alone. You play dual blades, Lugia. Longsword is good, it just felt a bit like a spoiled child. Yeah, exactly. It got all the love and the other siblings just got, like, dirt. You played longsword all the way to master rank and rise? Yeah? But you don't only play longsword, though. Just because you started with only longsword, it doesn't mean you only play longsword. I mean people who, like, only play it forever. That was very good, Eugene, yeah. You play whatever you need to play to get into the game, right? The other siblings didn't all just get dirt. In comparison, it feels like it. Like... They did a good job with bow. In Worlds, they did, but then they also took away what made bow unique, right? The same is true for any weapon, by the way, not just longsword. Don't just play one weapon. As someone who just played one weapon for like a million games in a row. Play another weapon, for God's sake. Do yourself a favor. Sword and shield from play. You love World Bow and only World Bow. Rise made it too simple, even if it added backshot times. Wait, what did World do? What did Rise do to make it too simple? Did they fuck with it? Or is it just the things exist? They took out the combos, it's just rapid and power shot spam. So world bow? It's just rapid spam. No? You find world bow simpler? Every bow uses rapid? Yeah. Which I think is a detriment against it, rather than the benefit. Used to mostly use longsword a lot. I don't blame people who mostly play longsword. It's fun as fuck. But I do think it's good to just maybe fiddle with some other weapons every now and then, right? I would play dual swords almost all of the time. But it is good to just grab a little bit of perspective every now and then and be like, okay, yeah, the other stuff exists. The game has other weapons. Between rapid shots, you can do quick shots to regen stamina as a situational combo starter. What? But shooting the bow drains your stamina. How would you do a shot to regain the stamina? That don't make any sense, inherently. Some monsters can be more fun, yeah. You like world bow more, but you can't explain why. It's fair. Dragon Piercer goes a long way. Is Dragon Piercer in? Thingy. Enjoy, play, have good hunts. And Rise. And also, what'd you call it? There's a quick shot that does less damage and fewer arrows, but it can regain a bit of stamina. Okay, yeah. No, that is bad. Understood. Don't like that. Basil is full auto on... is auto clear on dual blades for you, Fango Ivan? Yeah, me too. Basil is free with a bow, for me. More than dual blades, actually. There is Dragon Piercer, but there's no 1,000 Dragons in Rise. Makes sense. Shame, though, because 1,000 Dragons is an amazing attack. Absolutely amazing attack. Man, I want to play World. I want to play World. Wait. What's such a good game? Sliver across the floor, throwing arrows. Fuck yeah. They've really nerfed the Dragon Piercer in Rise and Sunbreak? Oh, that's a shame. It wasn't really that good to use anyway, was it? Although, like, that doesn't surprise me. The portable team has an interesting idea of the concept of balance. Even in World, it was still pretty memey. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't great in the first place. It just felt powerful as fuck. Hey, it's Zale. Welcome. You didn't, because it's an hour longer. Although, I still would have been streaming at this time anyway, so that's not relevant. But it was an hour longer. How you doing, Zale? Have you been playing Monster Hunter now? Or have you been up to other stuff? Just means you missed more, technically true. Oh yeah, you were playing Starfield, true. I did see your comment about that this morning and then still see you playing the game. The ledges and the variety in floor height didn't compliment Dragon Piercer or not? No, Dragon Piercer did not do well with that. A voice call with him when it was midday for you. You having a good time with it though? Yes? Good. That's the only important thing, right? I gotta ask the question. I have to, you know I got to, Zale. How buggy? Have you ran into any? Or has it been relatively pure so far? Surprisingly not buggy so far. Good. Not that buggy, though. I'm glad to hear it. The people who get to enjoy it can enjoy it. I'm glad. Honestly, like, it's sitting at #2 on Twitch right now, but it has, like, way less people watching it than I thought it would. I think that might be because of the early release, right? Like, pre-release stuff. People don't necessarily know, maybe? It's the only thing I can think of. It's a Friday. It's a good day, right? The weekend. It's a brand new release. It's a Bethesda game. Only 325,000. Taking its praise if it was Cyberpunk launch buggy. Oh god, yeah. That game still has some pretty, like, not great bugs every now and then, honestly. Best we can hope is it also carries the Elder Scrolls 6. Released in 2050. I have no idea what that even is. Subus. I don't like the sound of it though, to be honest. It's the HUD mod? Okay. The pie in it made me think it was something else. HP, team damage, and all that shit, right? You have 2 hours before Werewolf. That's less than 2 hours to play Starfield. Are you running Werewolf Sale or are you just playing? No, Nexus is the reason that that one exists, Sadie. You get to play? Okay. I was gonna say, if you're hosting, you can just, like, say you need to cancel, right? Probably, Eugene. Even shows in Rage and Exhaust, yeah. Yeah, I've seen Bagel use it for speedrun practice. To optimally time Sword and Shield Perfect Rush attacks. It's kind of a neat idea for a mod, but I also, like, I don't understand why you would want it, in a sense. Because it kind of goes against, like, the point, right? The reason there's not a health bar. You started wild. It took you time to adjust to the now smaller bars when it was right in your face before, yeah. The bars got really tiny in wild. For some reason. Oh, let me look at this. Does anyone happen to know off the top of their heads? You know what, don't worry. The answer to that question is no, don't worry. Reminds you when you actually played most of Try. You on the Wii U? My friend enjoyed another via 3DS? Yeah. Now you need to know, it was just about who to raid. And if someone would be streaming long enough, but I'll just look myself in a moment. Hey Vastrax, good to have you. You like the smaller bars in World, Benny? You had to mod them in Rise to make them smaller, the whole UI. It's fair. I kind of don't mind any of the UIs in any of the games, but I feel like I'm weirdly non-bothered by stuff like that. You hate dynamic HUD? Oh, what, where it, like, removes them until you're about to run out of stamina? I like it for the cinematic aspect, but it's annoying when you want to run, right? Seems like it might be alright. We'll see, we'll see. Need to make coffee? Probably a good idea, Zale, if you want to wake up. Fine with it in Elden Ring, you feel? Just always have it on him or something. That's fair. Who was the first to drop a ludicrous amount of scratch, iron or chrome? It depends what we consider ludicrous, Zale. But if you look down there, bottom left-hand corner of the screen, all the way down there, you might be able to see that it only says 12. And most of it was chisel. Only 12, quote unquote. Crone is waiting until the end of the month. For when gift subs are cheaper. Gift subs are cheaper in the last, like, week of the month or so. What mask in 3U looks like a Rathalos? Do any of them look like a Rathalos? I have no idea. Is there a Rathalos mask? Because if so, probably that one. Why? Why what, Biggia? It's even called as such. The Rathalos mask. Then... You think at worst, Monster Hunter HUDs are inoffensive? Yeah. It don't really bother me. The 100,000 point sale. Damn, son. Very nice. Thank you very much. Let me dink that up. 100,000 points is 100 minutes. Which is 60, 40, like that. Boom. Appreciate it. What's SSS? Super Stream September. All the streams for the full length of the entire month will be an hour longer on weekdays, 2 hour longers on the weekends. And we have sub goals for 250 subs, which is the only one that's actually reasonable of any of them, which is to make the weekend streams 12 hours. A channel point goal of 1 million to make Saturday streams 12 hours. Sunday specifically, I should say, for the other one. The 250 subs. There's additional goals at 3 million points, 500 subs, 1,000 subs if people went insane. 250 is the real one. The other ones are just like stretched lunacy, right? And then also points spent and subs done in this month also add to the timer, which is on the bottom of the screen. With that timer indicating how much extra time I will have to stream for the rest of the year. So, for the rest of the year, that time will slowly be used up. The plan is to have it all done by the end of December. I think you might need to complete a set amount of the masks, Eugene. Also, Super Stream September, there is raids at the end of every single stream. And what'd you call it? Unique, like, extra bonus shit if you do gift subs. 5 gift subs, 20 gift subs, and 50 gift subs. You can redeem shit if you so desire for them. That one you can see on exclamation mark subs. You're upset about what, Lugia? Your last achievement being bound to RNG? Yeah, that's really annoying. And there's no good way to make it happen either, right? It's purely just, like, boredom. You do all the requests, which are mostly masks, yeah. Run around gathering eggs. Yup. Good fun. Don't get anything, yeah. And then you know there's some fucker who's like me who doesn't care about getting it that happens to get it through pure luck, right? Without even realizing that they ever even did. It's not even a rare gene, it just happens to be what you're missing. Oh no. I assume you are going for at least low rank eggs if it's not a rare gene. Some are low rank, cool. Some are not low rank. Is there just high or also G in stories? Just high. As far as I'm aware. High rank is essentially post-game. In stories. For a classic monster hunter, you're missing the thing you need and it's not even rare, yeah. It's true. Doesn't make it any less bloody annoying. The next fighter for Street Fighter 6 is creepy as shit. Huh? Are they slowly drip feeding new fighters into the game, are they? Kinda cool. fighter pass styles, so they're not free. The newest fighter's real creepy. The I can fix her type. Oh. Oh no. I can't fix her type, more like. You know, sometimes I read comments that make me just go, I'm like just fallen completely off of young Lingo, huh? What the fuck does that mean? Me and Zale and both at the same time, and Luigi as well. The fuck is a gatekeep girl boss? Okay, no one understands what that means. Good. You have a faint idea, that's all. The only thing I can pull off of that is that Girl Boss sounds like it's attempting to be empowering, but it's actually used as some kind of, like, insult. That's literally the only thing I can pull off of that, and I don't know why. It seems mocking. Time to learn American? No, I like my brain cells intact, thank you. Tongue-in-cheek critique of a culture in which women exploit others to achieve or success status. So, people. A human being that happens to be female. Thank you for calling it American and not English. I just killed myself. At first it was honestly an empowering term, then people used it. Yeah, that sounds like the type of term that someone came up with as a good thing and then was immediately taken by the wrong people. To me. Something about just the word girl boss is like... It's either used by misandrists or misogynists. There's like no one else. Right. It's like that saying, if you can't Take me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Oh yeah, what a wonderful... The best thing about that saying is that you get to immediately know that the person's a piece of shit. It's like, cool, bye! Don't even want to deal with me at my worst, but I don't want to deal with you at your worst, yeah. Surely if you're with someone, part of the goal is that you don't need to be at your worst, right? They lift you up, they hopefully put you in a situation in your life where you're not at your worst. Especially if you're in a relationship. It has merit. People use it to excuse themselves being assholes. The usage of the word deserve kind of makes the phrase so inherently immediately bad that I can't agree. Because I would say, like, if you have a particularly low, right, there's going to be times, even in the strongest of relationship, where your partner can't deal with that. Because they might be going through some shit themselves, right? You can't handle someone else at their worst when you're barely keeping yourself together. That fucking deserve out of here, right? Me, it says, look, I'm feeling kind of shit right now. I'm usually always thirsty. The answer would be that I'm gone as soon as shit turns negative. Yeah. Exactly. If you don't always adore me, I'm fucking out. It's kind of how it reads to me. We do have kind of a similar brainwave going on there, Eugene, yeah. Hey, good. I thought I might fail this quest, but hopefully he'll be injured after this. Oh, the crystal heart! That's really good. I'm very glad that I made the decision to make my my channel badges Terraria themed. What are some of my better weapon choices for right now? Not gun lance, not longswords. Everything else is kind of on the same page. Actually, no, just not gun lance. Everything else is kind of like a pretty good relative level. Question mark? It just has low raw summons, that's all. Comparative low raw compared to other weapons. Because I built it very early on in high rank compared to everything else, which was built a little bit in to high rank. Dual blades and the power of Animu. Thank you. God and anime are on my side. This quest is going poorly. Your sword and shield might not be a great option at the moment either. I love the weapon, but it's not going good. You did play some? Did you run into the dreaded error code again, Sayo? Or did you get to do some more proper stuff? Kind of chilly, bit ahead at home, Annie, so it works well. I do have a question for you, if you don't mind elaborating in as non-specific a way as you possibly can. Is it similar to Pokemon Go? In the sense that you walk around and find monsters and fight them that way? Or is it more of like a step counter, oh look, another Jesper, type of situation where you walk a certain distance and you're able to then do encounters? You walk around and fight like Pokemon Go. Okay, cool. Thank you. Good thing he needs an Ogre and Naga a lot anyway. Yeah, probably. Probably. They're probably some of my best options before I go into the next rank. Am I going to play Monster Hunter now? The day it comes out, Zany. I won't stream it, but I'm going to play it a lot. Me and my partner go for a walk every single night after the stream. Not a particularly long one, just like 20 minutes. We sit down on a little bench around halfway for about 10 minutes. And that will probably end up being a longer walk, because Monster Hunter now exists. Just to be honest. If you hear barking, run, huh? You can stream it, I won't follow. No. I don't want to die. You heard about how much I've said about Monster Hunter Rise? There's one rabid person out there on the stream waiting, watching for the moment I slip up and let something go. They can come and murder me in my sleep. I'm half joking. What does Rise have to do with that? Thank you, Mace. Always there to make me feel better, buddy. The longsword request from earlier. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. You essentially just said it's not the fact that I'm shit-talking Rise that people would want to kill me. Don't mind why I'm always lurking. I appreciate that, by the way. It's nice to know that people just lurk for the noise. Like, it's obviously great to have people watching. That's really nice. I like it when people watch and interact and stuff. It makes me feel good. Like if Christians would kill you if they criticize God like that. Yeah, kind of. Although if that's the case, I'm kind of screwed already. It's the new way of leaving the TV on but not watching. Yeah, it is. Very true. I like it though. I like the idea that even if people aren't like directly interacting, which I appreciate a lot, and watching and stuff, it is pleasurable background noise to someone. I completely misread that to begin with, Fanged Wyvern, and somehow managed to read, I leave the TV on for a fight instead of my lamp. What have you got against your lamp? No, that says light. I'm an idiot. You know what's kind of bad? You're going to have to solo Behemoth at Summers. Why? It's criticized, Mace. Mace type in really quickly. Because ice? I mean, there's people that play ice. Berengar's playing ice right now, right? What do you have against your lamp? It does a good job. Have I ever showed you guys the lamp that we have? Lamp in quotation marks? It's amazing. I need to go grab that. You can do this in old games. Look, hey! Look at this. Glorious little fucker. This boy right here. He has a face. It's hard to see because of the light. Let me turn the light off. Doink. This little lovely... It's got a butthole, and then a butthole beneath its butthole to charge. You slap his butt. It's the most... It's the best thing I think I ever spent my money on. You spank him and it gives you light. It's amazing. It's fantastic. Oh no. It's called like emotionally depressed duck or something. I can't remember what it's called. That's a sus lamp. You can slap him anyway. You don't have to slap his butt. It's just more fun if you slap his butt. This spelling error hurt my soul. Okay, I'm sorry. Is the duck ass soft though? No, it's made of plastic. Punch him in the dick. He is remiss of a phallus. There is a specific lack of penile action on that duck There is only an anus. TV light and distance just feels nice rather than a lamp next to your head. Yeah. Yep. What the hell is a phallus? It's a penis. And it's spelled P-H-A-L-L-U-S. You were close. Now see, I get arrested when I say that, but it's fine when someone else does it. Says what? The fact your inner pride will not allow you to get help. Yeah, see, that's an issue at that point, Summers. You want to fix that problem. You got it, Mace? Soup can? What? The? Man, I love Naga. Naga's real good. My plan destroyed. I'm the only motherfucker playing MH3U right now. Does anyone have anyone that they follow and enjoy that's like a nice, you know, a nice person? A wholesome person? Enjoyable to exist in the space of? That has less than 100 people watching them at the current moment in time that I can raid? I was going to raid Beringer, but the son of a bitch ended his stream. Baines is streaming? I assume that's Baines? Or was that actually meant to be Barnes? Baines isn't playing Monster Hunter. I want to keep games, like, franchises to themselves. That's why I said a Monster Hunter streamer, not just a good egg. Gonna keep the Monster Hunter love within the Monster Hunter peeps. Or two Monster Hunter people, I should say. The non-Monster Hunter streams are more likely to go Baines' way, or, you know, whoever happens to not be playing someone. Does it have to be a Monster Hunter streamer? Someone who is streaming Monster Hunter at the current moment in time, yeah. Not a Monster Hunter streamer as such, but someone who is streaming Monster Hunter. You see someone who seems nice, that's good enough. They have Starfield Safe Zone in their title? That's a good thing, isn't it? I appreciate people offering that service. You raided the official Monster Hunter Gathering stream? I did say under 100 people watching them. Good, or just hating on it? Hopefully the latter. No, hopefully the prior, sorry. Not the latter. I got my words mixed up. Tail, don't hate me. Don't hate my new toy. Renditions. What game are they playing, Lugia? World. Cool. Thank you. Wanted to play it with? Aw. Bethesda's not really a multiplayer type community, right? They tend to stick to solo. Why must Todd Howitzer pull us apart? Todd Howitzer? Hey, Crimmy! Welcome. Good to see you. Pleasure to have you here in this month of September. I hope you enjoy the longer streams this month. Yo, this dude has no backseating. I like it pretty. Howitzer, like the artillery mortar? That's the way it was spelled. Greatsword beats every weapon? No, it does not. Case in point, Greatsword feels terrible in this game. The weapon itself still very good in this game, but it feels bad. How many subs is it to request the game again? 50 from 7. $5-0. So, you know, too many. There's a reason it's too many, it's because it's ludicrous if people do it. Any game I've not played before, he actually did it. Crimson. Fuck. You can have my hearts, you wonderful bastard. Thank you very much. Fuck you. Hi. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. What will I play for you once Stories 2 is finished, my friend? What will I play? See subs now going like that, yep. As originally planned, the Caligula Effect 2. I will add it. Verbatim, copy-pasted to my list. Thank you very much. I appreciate you a great deal. As soon as Stories... Pardon me. As soon as Stories 2 has been finished, I will play that on Mondays until it is either complete or, or it proceeds to go to the point where it is, like, impossible for me. Caligula Effect 2. It is added. The list has been made. Don't see him enjoying that one at all. Followed by don't care. Who knows, Zale? Maybe it will be my awakening. I'll hard pivot into an exclusively Vocaloid streamer. For me, you know when something's like just crazy enough that it might be the right thing, right? Doesn't actually have anything to do with Vocaloid. Damn it, Crimson, you got my hopes up. Yeah, it'll be the only game I play. Certainly Vocaloid inspired, has music written by Vocaloid artists. Neat. Very cool. Anyone want to give you a loan with a negative 100% interest rate? That's called a freebie, Mace. Thank you very much, Crimson. That's an incredibly large sum of money. I appreciate it a great deal. I hope you enjoy whatever it is that you see of that game. I hope you have fun with it. I know this is a horrible question to ask. Is it good music? Like, is one of the tags that it gets listed with is like great soundtrack, that sort of like thing? It's amazing music. Music is a humongous part of games. Even if it's not necessarily like my genre of music, if the music is good and fits the theme, it can make the game a lot better. I don't want to like accidentally bring up bad memories for Zale here. It's one of the reasons why I didn't necessarily have a great time with Tale of Arise. A lot of the music didn't really have any resonance with me at all. That's so many. What's 50 times 5? 250. Never mind, don't answer my question. 60, 120, 180, 240 is 4 hours, 10 minutes. 10 hours and 20 minutes. Done. The game that pushes me to become an idol VTuber. Tuber. Can you imagine me trying to be an idol? In any aspect of my existence. Trying to be an idol. It would not go well. You know what the worst bit about that, Crimson? My brain didn't go like cute voice. My brain immediately went like Hugster-san. Which makes the whole sentence way worse. You know, it's insane enough it may work. Yeah, exactly. Oshi? What is Oshi? You're already an idol? No. No. Mace, bad. Bad Mace. Oshi is how you say it? It's the term superfans use to their favorite YouTuber. Okay. When, like, just a genuine question. When we say superfans, are we talking about people who are just, like, really good fans? Or are we talking about simping? No judgment in that sentence. I know simping is, like, considered a bad thing for the most part. I just cannot come up with a better word right now. It is just general slang for favorite. Okay, so it is just like a reasonable term, not like, you know, borderline simping. Okay. Fair enough. It's just general slang for favorites, not specific for VTubers. It's just one of those things where, like, it's a not English word, I assume. So when it gets pulled over into, like, English language, it becomes specific to that in a way, right? Especially with the prevalence of, what are the people called? Hololive. As far as I'm aware, a little bit more Asian-oriented? I don't know if that's true. I have very little knowledge, right? It's all secondhand knowledge from this stream. And then I talk about VTubers, and then my YouTube recommender gets flooded with them. And then I have to kill them all out of my YouTube recommendeds, because it's just 1 minute clips of VTubers doing random shit. And I'm like, this is cool, but it's not what I want. I want a random video about fucking Monster Hunter World poop locations or something. One's favorite member of an idol group, a character in an anime, player in a team, etc. Slang. Okay, so it's purely just one's favorite. Nice. Most of your recommended feeds full of lo-fi and Street Fighter. It's really gripped you strong, Hazael. Really just held on and stuck there. Okay, that is me done for today. Thank you very much for joining me. As is going to be the case for all of September, we are going to give someone a raid. Today it's going to be this renditions person who's playing Monster Hunter World. So if you want to see a little bit more Monster Hunter, even if it is 5th gen, please go over, give this person some love. They are a variety streamer, but they happen to be playing Monster Hunter at the moment. And, you know, Monster Hunter community is usually pretty lovely, so let's keep that up. If you would like to see more of myself, the link's in the chat there, the schedule page to see what I play and when I play it, the Discord if you want any more information about Superstream September, and other stuff in general, and then the YouTube channel if you want some VODs. Thank you again, Crimson. If you're still here, that's incredibly kind of you, and I appreciate it a great deal. Everyone else, thank you very much for coming along. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed. I will be back tomorrow. 10-hour stream. More stuff. Yeah. That's it. Enjoy yourself. Whatever you do. Until I catch you next time. And until then, have a good one. See you later.